Alright. So we're back to this business. So, it's been 2 weeks. Because Gate Delvers distracted me last week. And we couldn't finish it the week before that. I have 2 very big concerns regarding managing to finish this today. One is this right here. Simple fact that we are carrying a handful of healing items, but I don't know how long before we manage to get any more. And this area here so far has been kicking our ass a bit. And on top of that being a bit rusty at the gameplay for this, and I have big fear. Since I loaded the state from when I stopped, let me make sure that we saved so that it will load properly. Now, as I said on Twitter, if we have a serious issue, what will more than likely happen is I will load a earlier save state, as I have a couple backups, I believe. And I will replay through the parts of the game required to get back up to this point. But before I get back into the tomb itself, where we get locked in, I will do a bunch of grinding in order to make sure that we are up to snuff to have more than enough healing in order to handle the finale of the game, if it comes to that. My intent is to manage to do it today. But given how the end of Alundra 1 was, as we discussed last time, I am concerned. Just consider the fact that these bees, for example, are doing 162 damage. That's a big chunk of our health. Yeah, I think this is the room we stopped on, because I looked at this and went, you know what, I just don't need this today. And we didn't do it. Yeah, I think all we need is this. I think there was a trick I was doing to land up there straight away. No. It was, I need only this one over here. The one that I can actually get up onto by jumping from here. Because we jump from here to there. And now that this lowered, we don't need any of these anymore. So now it just becomes a matter of getting across this intact. Which, thankfully, first try. had some real concerns on that one, but we made it through it. The bitrate is at the floor for some reason. Oh, well, that's great. The damn farting squirrels are back. This is not the ring I want for this. Because that one doesn't do damage. Go ahead and go with fire. Play fire with fire. Problem is we can only have the one effect out. The earth one is more entertaining to me, but I feel like the fire one will be quicker to deal with this problem. We also can detonate the gas, I'm remembering now. And I'm pretty confident that detonating the gas is the quick kill for these things. Especially if I can get the gas to hit both of them. There we go. It also helps that I'm not tilted at the game right now, so I'm going to be a lot smarter about how I do things. For example, since we've opened this up to just go straight across, I'm going to go back and heal the cheap way instead of wasting our healing items. Because that's just smart. And right now, I'm feeling smart. So I gotta be smart enough not to die to the bees. Out. Okay. That could have been really bad because I went to check something as we were loading in and was ignoring the fact that there was an enemy right next to me. Which would have been disastrous. Not that that really should be any surprise to anyone that I'm inattentive. Let's save the fact that we did that while we're over here as well, so I don't have to do that again. Ever. Especially with how smoothly crossing that gap went. Okay, the bitrate has stabilized for now. Very good. I know I've been talking about the bitrate a lot, and I know people are probably tired of hearing it. And if you're that tired of hearing it, tell Twitch. Tell them to get their servers back in fucking order. Because while I am changing ISPs, the ISP is not responsible for the bitrate issues we're having. I can tell you that right now. Which, as those of you who were paying attention on Twitter, or the last time I was talking about it, yes, that change is coming, but they rescheduled the last day I was supposed to have it happen, so we will be losing Tuesday's upcoming stream, most likely, due to that. So we gotta start here. And I need to rotate these guys in such a way that I make a path. But a path to where? I don't see anywhere I'm supposed to be going, so there must be, like, an arrangement I need to make in order to activate the door then, and then be able to... be able to platform across and then get to the door. I presume... I make you two look at each other. What happens? Okay, you make a platform there. I assume that there's a specific order that it wants in order to manage to open the door. Or it's something stupid like one of these spawns a button or something. You don't think it'd be something annoying like I have to hit all of them, do you? Like, I could absolutely believe it being you gotta hit all of them, since we have yet to find any that have a button. Yeah, no, none of those have a button on them. So current inclination, then, is that I need to cross all of these. Which is gonna mean I need to rotate that top one so that I can cross to get on in the first place. I'm now starting to understand what all the energy restoration items might be for. It's for rooms like this where they just make these annoying. Are you fucking... Are you like this game? Why? It also does not help that I don't remember what condition some of these are in. Because I'm pretty confident that turning that one isn't going to help me. What I need to do, I guess, is turn the one I'm standing next to that way to make this platform so I can go to the middle. And I can touch this one. Rotate you. So that there'll be a platform here as soon as I turn this guy. Nope. There's a very specific order of operations to this based on the way these rotate. The problem I'm having right now is I don't know what the... Okay, there is a button over here. I just couldn't see it from the camera angle we had before. So I have a goal, then. Okay. It isn't just hit all of the stupid things, so that's good news. If it was hit all of these somehow, I'd be very angry, honestly, because that would just be so annoying. Okay, that one's facing a very wrong direction. Let's fix him first, then we can fix him. That puts the platform there. Which is not really what I need right now, but it will be beneficial potentially in the future. Cocksuck! It's once again gonna be an issue of the hitboxes, because it's a PS1 game, being just ever so more square than they need to be. Okay, let's... Son of a bitch! Because you can't stand too close to this one over here on the side, or you end up hitting it trying to hit the one above. I either need to stand like all the way over here, or stand just ever so slightly off, in order to turn this one to face me, so that I can rotate this guy to jump here. Now, in order to get up there, I'm gonna at the very least need to get over to there. Ah! It ate my jump, because I second-guessed it for literally a single frame. So I was torn as to whether I should jump to the left or the right. And as soon as I took a single second to think about which one I wanted, you got fucked. And we're out of energy. Hope I don't need these recharges for the final fight. So I would not be surprised if the finale is the one time where I'm actually going to want to use my energy. Since we're actually starting to have fights where it's been beneficial against regular enemies. Where it's always been beneficial. Don't get me wrong about that. There's a setup I should be doing to this. It's called moving that guy into position. Because this one will rotate to the left. So I can go there. Move this guy into position. Ah! It did the thing again where it reset my direction without me telling Flint to turn. So what I'm saying is we're gonna be here for a hot minute, because this game has some issues. And I probably am wasting those grapes just because I'm angry already. So move that there, move this here, jump there. I'm literally just gonna center my camera on what I want to shoot at this point. Just to make these stop being a pain in my butt. Just trying to do diagonals with the way this game works is trouble. Now, I'm not even sure if this is a makeable jump. Yes, it is. Okay. Because once again, perspective is questionable. So, had some worries there, but we got through it. Oh, and we get to do this again, except now with more enemies. Yay. Okay. Mind your eyes, everybody. I'm gonna solve this a little quicker. That'll at least expedite it a little bit. I'm not gonna spam that because, one, I don't want to burn all the energy doing that, and two, I don't want to go blind having to pay attention to what I'm doing when I do that. Curse you and your generous iframes. Okay. I would like to want us to be close to done with this dungeon, but that would also mean having to fight a boss sooner rather than later. I'm going back up to see if this room resets. If it doesn't, I'm probably gonna... Okay, the monsters in here don't reset when you leave and come back. We're gonna go ahead and go back and save then. I know this is gonna get tedious, going back and forth constantly like this. But just trust me when I say it'll be a lot less tedious than when, if I die somewhere along the way, we have to redo the rooms properly. As you can see, backtracking through these rooms is actually pretty quick. Because these rooms are very small. The puzzles in them are just annoying. These are coming. Oh. Might also want to see about grabbing the money out of all of the reeds along the way back and forth. On the off chance there is a shop or something along the way through here, because they have been pretty good about times when you don't have access to a shop for a while, giving you shops. But I don't know if they're gonna give us a shop down here in the tomb. That might be a bit much to ask for. Then again, they had a shop inside a fucking robot whale. What do I know? Like, I suppose at that point, anything's possible. Now, that's not to say we don't have a decent amount of tonics, because we have enough tonics to full heal twice, basically, as well as 2 other full heals, but we do only have 725 health in a world where things are doing 100 plus. I'm just doing that to keep him at bay long enough for me to get through. I'm not worried about fighting him to kill him. Because honestly, fighting those things is not worth the damage we'll take. I do not have the proficiency with fighting those to consistently get rewarded rather than punished. So we're just not gonna do that. Wise man once said, if you spend more than you gain, don't bother. And that applies to a lot of things. Okay, meanwhile, in the new room of pain and misery... The upgraded version of you little bastards, huh? I was such a fan of you when I fought you the first time. And by such a fan, I mean die. What part of die didn't you understand? Oh, I can't move those when they die, huh? Okay. So what you're telling me is I needed to kill him in such a way that he lands here. Because that lowers this. Okay. Hey, you. Hey. Hey. What's your deal, buddy, huh? I see you up there. I know you're there. You're not sneaky. Your buddy's already dead. I can't jump off your buddy's corpse or I'd throw a fireball at you. I'll come back to that idea in a minute, I guess. I'm only not destroying those, yeah, because I figured they were necessary. That's why I didn't break them as much as I wanted to. These ones up here I think we can get away with getting rid of, though, so we will. Since they seem like there's gonna be nothing but trouble. Okay. So there's no point in going up there. Aside from getting rid of you guys. Ah, they needed to be destroyed in order to open the door. Okay. I question why they made platforms when I destroyed them, but the ones down below didn't. You'd think that would be the other way around. Like, that is a mild question mark. Not a major one, because, you know, I feel like there is a logic to it, I just don't understand it. But we at least have one door we can go through now. I'm intrigued by this one. Mostly just because of this guy. What is his purpose? If he will not come down, why does he exist? He can't hurt me, I can't hurt him. He's just up there vibing. And I feel like I probably shouldn't have a problem with that. But I really do. I got a real big problem with that. Because as with a lot of things in this game, it doesn't make sense. But I guess we'll worry about that when we reset the... after we're done on this side. Okay. May as well have some fun clearing all this out and see if we get anything. There's so much grass here, we may as well take advantage of it. I was hoping for more than just a single bit of healing, though, game. There you go. All that grass, and we've so far made 10 bucks and 10 health. Yikes. Let that be a lesson of how the drop rate in this game is for things like that. Otherwise known as, it's terrible. Got a button over there. Got a platform we can jump on here. Okay, those aren't spikes. Ow. Yes, they are, but we just need to maneuver above and around them. Okay, that was weirdly simple. I'm gonna guess that the field of grass is intended for you to use to heal yourself when you get bumped into the spikes. It just doesn't work because the drop rate is ass. Okay, so we need water. We need to be able to put out some of these torches, but not all of them, I assume. Potentially, we do actually need to put out all of them. Let's see what happens if we... They stop. That's what I was afraid of. I had a sneaking suspicion there was going to be a catch. And lo and behold, the catch was they get caught up as soon as you turn the light off. So we don't want to turn that front one off just yet, then. Because otherwise we can't get in. And if they bump into me, they just bump into me and move back. So that's fine. I can hang out here and think. They're also going to spend most of their time bumping into each other anyway. In terms of pathing, I can get away with turning that one off. Well, I can't now, because the hit detection in this game is all kinds of fun. Thankfully, I can get out over here and it's okay. I don't know if I can get back out of here now, though, is the questionable part. This one needs to be stopped, like, kind of here-ish, probably, so I can get to that button. Yeah, because we can't go back on this side, and I'm pretty sure I can't go back on the other side now, actually. But I think we can relight these. So I think we're okay. I don't think we're soft locked. I think we're okay. We're not. Okay, good. That's how you get out of that. Okay. Had big fear for a minute there that I was gonna have to load the game because we were stuck, which would have really been embarrassing. To have managed to get stuck within like a minute of being in that room. Like, oh hey, you're looking around, soft lock. Bye. Bye. Oh yeah, I forgot to remove one of those tags. Hang on. Because there's no shuffler involved here, so let's remove the shuffler tag. There we go. I knew I forgot something. The rest of those tags are fine. Just that shuffler tag needed to not be there. Those watching the VOD won't know or care what I'm talking about. Though more often than not, nobody cares what I'm talking about anyway. But that's fine. I don't care what I'm talking about most of the time either. Okay, so I need to do this in such a way that I can get back to where I started from, I think. I assume there's some kind of climbable path? That is the point to this? Or is it Oh, is it supposed to be a matter of I hit the switches in a certain order, then? Because I can't help but notice that there is no way onto these. Like, you would think there'd be a start to this jumping path somewhere. Like a small block or something. But I assume that's what we hit these levers for, then. We hit that one over there and it was wrong. How about this one? They all go together. So maybe the levers are in case you fuck up, and they're a reset? Keep hitting the bumper, trying to run with the bumper, and instead I'm spinning the camera like an asshole. Okay. That means the big question mark of the day is, does this third lever do the same thing? Sure does. They all do the same exact thing. So the levers are a red herring currently. They do not do anything favorable from the ground. There's no guarantee they won't do anything if I trigger them later, but currently, they don't help. So my best guess is I'm meant to put out all 4 of these torches then. But in such a way that I'm able to get back out. So let's start with this one like I was originally planning to do. Stop it there. We'll stop this one over here like I'd originally planned. Basically, all of the positioning I had was fine. It's just a matter of I got stuck myself. Okay, so that drops the button down. Okay. Okay, that is doable. I didn't consider that they were going to remove everything. Like, there was an inkling of a suspicion in my brain, probably, but it wasn't a conscious thought. Which is why I didn't act on it on that basis. I had assumed it was meant for me to get between everything. So in hindsight, this makes perfect sense because why would I have needed the pillars if the blocks were there? Okay, that puts us to 750. Slightly more comfortable with 750 over 725. I'm hoping we get our full 1,000 before the end of the game, but I know for a fact we'll be missing some because of the fact that I didn't pick up a life crest or two through purchases and such because we didn't have the money. So I think we'll be 50 short, depending on where the other health containers are. I think there's 2 health upgrades that are unaccounted for in shops. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were a couple through backtracking I didn't go get either, which will leave us even shorter than that. But I would assume the boss of this dungeon probably will give us another health extension, just like the rest of them have, which will put us at 850 currently. So my current safe bet is that we'll be at 900 health by the end of the game. Actually, yeah, we could just let him wander onto the button while we happen to be nearby the other button. That'll work itself out, probably. It would like the dog chasing minigame. Kind of like encourage him to go where I need him to be. Of course, his AI keeps happening to walk across the button right when I don't need him to. Get away from it. I also don't understand what his pattern is, because sometimes he's like, yeah, I want to go near you. And other times, I'm just gonna wander around and do whatever the hell. He seems to prioritize diving at me. But then other times, he's just, like, off in La La Land, like he is right now. God damn it. Every time I'm near this, he never happens to manage to walk on it long enough to lower it. But on the bright side, we'll restore our energy while I wait. Where the hell did he... For fuck's sake. No, now he's gunning for me again, huh? Thank you! See, it was either that or try to beat him to death on the button, and that just really didn't seem effective. Okay. Now, these are single push blocks generally, so... I assume there's a reason for me to push this, I just don't know why yet. Is I can't necessarily push it onto this button. Unless I can push it more than once. Because I can't push diagonally. Otherwise, I just push it this way and we'd be good to go. Okay, that moves him across the room. And that cannot be undone. Okay. Well, since we've already potentially fucked it, let's move this and see what happens. Yep, it does what you'd expect it to. It stays in place forever. Switch to wind since we have the wind statue here that presumably we either need to turn or destroy or something. Ah, he'll keep moving. Oh, that's why we moved the block. We need to drive him around so that he'll sit on this. There we go. Okay, so that makes all of that go away. So we don't need to mess with that again. Good to know. Whoa. Wee. Whoa. Wee. Fuck. Wee. Fuck. Do I need momentum for this? Is that going to be a problem? A little bit. They also really seem to expect you to land directly on the point, which is upsetting. The key is almost certainly up there. There we go. Thankfully, if you line it up, that's not actually bad, but just not when you're not expecting to need to do that, it can catch you. Okay. What do you do? You retract the spikes when you're looking at them. Okay. So that retracts both of those, and I can get this, which is the key. Okay. Assume it's something silly to get to that black chest up there. What is the silly thing that I need to do? Because I know these don't really seem to change heights when you open or close chests, so that's not going to be an issue. At least I don't think it is. We can't use the spikes as a platform, so them being retracted permanently is fine. It may also be that it's not something in this room that I do to get that black chest, because I may need to get it from a different area, because we may have to walk, like, across this wall. And then jump to it. So I can see a path for that. You would either jump from this corner, or you would jump on the baldy here, and then jump onto that. The other option is there's a reality in which some configuration of these statues or something makes the platform drop. But I find that to be unlikely, since these are necessary for moving these out of the way, and there's nothing in sight range around here. The only iffy thing with my plan of jumping onto the wall is I don't see anything near this wall on the other side either. Except that platform. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. That chest is more than likely a puzzle piece, if I had to hazard a guess. Since we just got a life extension. Either that or they're starting to get real quick with those life extensions, which I would not argue with, but I would be suspicious of. Oh, it's crystal time again, huh? Well, for sake of my sanity... Well, now, let's see what this puzzle's like first. Because if I can just get this puzzle solved and then save and never have to look at this again, that would be grand. But I want to make sure that I don't have to do a bunch of redos of anything. Just keeping an eye on things, don't mind me. Okay. What does this do? That then lowers the rest of them. And then they all start shooting at me. Because of course they do. I'm annoyed that my gut is once again correct. In that I was immediately like, I should heal before doing this. Just looking at this room, it seemed like a trap room. And what do you know? It's a trap room. It wants you dead. Not that everything in this game doesn't want you dead, but you know what I mean. Got it. But in the end, I think it is a good thing that I made sure to do this before going back and saving, since we would have lost a bunch of health on that. So now we'll do the backtracking one more time. Again, I know, kind of tedious to run all the way back. It's not much more fun for me either, but I would rather do this than have to redo these puzzles. It's a whole thing. And it is, once again, not that long a trip anyway. If I don't get screwed and killed by these damn things. Because apparently, sometimes they're solid and sometimes they're not, so that's a bit of a question mark, but no need to worry about that too much. We made it past them, and that's the important bit. I don't know what this tune is that's stuck in my head, but it's right fucking here for some reason. Please. 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 Fuck. Just had to come down right where I was running, huh? Well, it's fine. We're still up on health, and the more important part is that we saved that those puzzles were done than to be at full health. If it really gets hairy, we can heal. Or I can sit there and chop grass for an hour to hopefully heal. But to try to heal 150 health that way is, not great. Because that means it'll have to proc the grass, giving me health 150 times. And I think we all know how likely that is to work out in my favor. Because I'll give you a hint, it ain't likely to happen. Especially not if I want it. Desire sensor. We also ran past that room some... Oh, right, we didn't have to go into the grass room because that was the side path. Right. Okay. Never mind. Not even considering that option anymore. Anyway. This, I think, is the room we were looking at from the other side of that wall. Oh, joy. Let's do the fire hop. Yep, there's the... Oh! It's lower on this side. Aha! Yeah, I ain't making that jump, so I need to jump to you, and then jump to you. Except I fucked it up. Right side, it's not far to go back. Downside, ladders are magnetic. Please. Go. Let's leave. Leave this hateful place behind. Do we really even need to be solving the princess's problems? I mean, really, she's been nothing but trouble this entire time. We could just let the Baron have her. And the treasure and everything else and just find anywhere else to be. sure we could go find some pirate leader to go work with, just like the other guy did. It'd be a much better life, probably, than this whole hero business that just isn't gonna pay off. And what do you know, it was in fact a puzzle piece. I'm not even sure why I wanted it that badly. Aside from, I saw it, so I wanted it. Huh. Okay, I think I see something here too, and I'm not a fan of what I'm seeing. Because how much you want to bet there's a trick tied to those flames that as soon as I put out a flame, it's also going to adjust these. And that's how you get this chest. Because we can't jump from here to the chest. It's a little bit too high. Only slightly. As always, scatterbrained across dozens of concepts at once. I really need to, like, sort my focus out again, but eh. Okay, that drops it entirely. Okay. Does that do the same thing to the other ones? Or do these drop to different heights? Okay. What happens if I'm under it when I do that? Will it stay there? Nope. It was worth a shot. Didn't figure that would work, but it was worth a shot. Wait. Yep, I fucked up. I know how I fucked up, but I fucked up. I think I see the key to that one. And I'm kind of mad about it. But we'll get to that in a second. What you do is you put out this first one. Wait, no, there's a problem with my thought. The very simple problem with my plan, other than being a fool about heights, is I thought for some reason I was going to be able to get onto the torches from here somehow. And then I was going to jump onto this wall and use that to then get on top of this. And then we would just platform across and get there and be happy. That is not so. That is not how that works. Now the question becomes, what the fuck do I do then? Because we couldn't jump to the platform as it was at its height from over here. I don't think. And there also has to be a reason that this is here. But that I assume is for jumping across all of those. Which also means we have to get to the torches from these, rather than the other way around. This is so that you can go the way I'm facing, not so you can come back this way. I'm gonna reset the room one more time. I have a thought. Because I'm assuming I'm overthinking this, as I want to do. But I don't know how I'm overthinking it just yet. Because I'm gonna double check this first. Yes, that is impossible. Good. Well, not good, but, you know, we now know that for fact. Just like we know for fact that that is not possible. Otherwise, we would just jump to that. That probably has the key to that door in it. And then you go over. Another option is just seeing what happens when I turn all of the torches off. Because maybe something changes if all of the torches are off. Since we can reset the room and there's no harm in doing that. As long as turning all the torches off doesn't, like, make all the blocks disappear permanently or something. Which would be upsetting! But I'm assuming that that chest is necessary. Nope. Turning all of those off just makes me look a fool. Got it. Now, the other stupid answer is, can I... Yep, this is the key. We start from here. So, no, I have it backwards again. I am supposed to go from here to there. So, the question becomes, which of these can I leave lit that I can get past it? So that I can go across these. Because I can jump to this one. And from there. So we don't need to... We don't need to put out these two. Because that means that that same jump works from both ends. But the problem is, leaving any one of these lit means I need to somehow get past it on that side. So let's leave these two lit. We've committed to that. This one needs to be put out. Because that's the one we guaranteed... Wait, no. I have it backwards. That's the one that guaranteed needs to be lit, not unlit. Problem becomes I need at least one over towards where the chest is in order to get to the chest. It's probably something like these two stay up and the rest of them get put out. But if I leave these two up, I can't get across there. So it's probably this one and the first one stay up? It's also an important question of, can I get from this one over to here? Because that seems like a hell of a jump. I do wish they didn't have to drag the camera over every time I put one of these out. Because we know by now what these do. So what I'm going to experiment with is, can I get away with only leaving this middle one on? But I'm left with the question mark of, how do I get... Ow, fucking hell. How do I get across past this lit one here? Can I jump over it? Yes, I can. Okay. So I can jump over one of them that are lit. That might actually be possible. So that would immediately solve the problem. Like, it might genuinely be that simple. The other option is I can then leave this front one lit, because I can jump over it from here, and that'll leave me a little bit more leeway. Or if I want to make this really easy on myself, I just put out every other one. Which, for the sake of simplicity and making the jumps, let's do that idea instead. Otherwise, this will be a whole big pain in the butt. So let's see, we don't need this one. I'm doing it backwards, because that pattern would mean that one gets put out. But it's okay, we don't need these first two at all. So the only other one I put out is this one. And that'll theoretically work. I really think I should be able to just jump there from here, but whatever, game. Oh, now it just doesn't want to let me jump. It's like, no, you figured it out. No more jumping for you. Why do they have to make these so precise? There's genuinely no reason for these to be this pixel perfect. Other than to be a pain in the ass. 'Cause let's be real. Does this actually add anything to the game? Like, that is an honest question. Because sure, challenge is a good thing. I'm not saying the game should be easy. I'm not asking for guaranteed win, zero threat, zero problems. But in a room like this where there is no threat and all you do is lose your own time repeating the same jumps over and over again, I don't know what the point to pixel perfect jumping is there. Because all you're gonna do is hit the floor, be annoyed, dust yourself off, and walk back around to do it again. So, what's the advantage to any of that? You know, it's unsatisfying to the player because you just get annoyed having to redo the jump a dozen times. It doesn't make the game harder necessarily. It's one of those, it technically does, technically doesn't. It does make it harder because technically there is one more bar of entry to the end of the game in that you have to make those jumps. But it does not make the game harder in that you are more likely to actually lose in any meaningful way other than losing your patience. Which is what always gives me a question mark as far as platforming sections go, and their purpose in a game. 'Cause I enjoy a difficult platforming section, as long as it feels like there's a reason for it to be difficult, other than it just being super precise for super precise sake. Like that one was. Like, if the cost of missed jump was fall in, spike, and die, then sure. It makes sense for it to be precise because it can then kill you and actually be a benefit to your opposition. I don't know. But that's going to end up circling a lot, so we're just going to not keep on that line of thought. Is, as I said, all it'll do is sit there and just zoom, 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 zoom back around and around and around, and it'll just waste everybody's time. It just confuses me. Like, I don't like the fact that these bees, of all things, respawn. But at least they make sense, because they can kill you on your way back and forth, and it adds a cost to going back to full heal. Other than a small amount of time walking back. So it lends itself to having some risk to the reward of being able to save and get fully healed between puzzles. So they make sense. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's the way I look at things, but I also don't have much else to think about right now other than that. Well, other than the fact that I am actually grateful that they did not make this that long to backtrack through. I do wish we weren't locked in, so that I could go get more healing to be more comfortable getting through this, but it also makes sense, so I'm not really gonna fight that. Because that's always gonna be a thing for me, is if a mechanic annoys me but it makes sense, then, you know, that's just how it is. It makes sense, so why fight it? If you're gonna have issue with game mechanics that make sense in a game, just then don't play the game. At that point, that's the easy answer. Like, I can fully be annoyed at the perspective, for example, even though, again, it is something that makes a degree of sense because of the technology and such this game's built on. So I can't even be too mad at that. I can just be unhappy with it, if that makes sense. And I think that's why I haven't given up on this, is because I get why it is the way it is. Is between the way they built it and the technology available to them, this is how this game had to be. Don't get me wrong, that does not mean the way they chose to build it was a good idea. But the logic is there. Such as it is. How does this work? It's like, clearly you're meant to jump from the platform you can reach here to the next one. But it disappears before the next one appears. So we have to use the hover to handle this, is what that means. Like, I'm trying to approach this super logically, and that's probably the only way we're gonna get through this. If I let it get to me, we are never gonna make it through this part. Because this place is definitely designed to piss you off. That's a given. They're like, haha, fuck you. So what is the deal with this? It's a big ol' hole. Ah, right, Star Prism. We have that. We were supposed to put that here. Okay, and that opens a teleporter, which I presume takes us back to the main section that we were in before, and then we go through another place. We go place another one. Yep, okay. And that was all off of going this way, I think? Or was it? No, this was the way we went, that we finished. So I guess now we go the other way? Or did we go this way already? Right, we did go through all of this. So, do I go back now? Like, I don't know if it's muddy brain because of it having been 2 weeks, or if this is just ever so slightly unclear. Maybe I just go back up. Before I do that, though, let's make sure I saved. Because we saved before going to the room where we put the Star Prism down, but that doesn't mean I want to have to walk back and put the Star Prism down over and over again. And that is, of course, assuming I wasn't supposed to do something after the Star Prism got put down. Or that there was like a room I was supposed to go to past that room. Hey there, Danny. Sounds good. Good luck with that. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like we're meant to go back. Going back seems like a bad plan, considering the amount of burning of my feet I'm doing. We also can't manage to climb back? There we go. We can climb back up. But I assume it's just gonna lead back to the Baron, who's gonna go, haha, you're still stuck here, and then we're gonna have to turn around and go back through all that crap anyway. What did this button do? Right. The thing we did already. Or did... it doesn't matter. Not gonna worry about that right now. We do have a big chunk of backtracking to do if I want to get back to that main room and find out if we're supposed to be there. So if I find out we're not meant to have backtracked, what I'm going to do is just load the game. Save us all that aggravation. Come on now. Okay. That almost was disastrous. I'm realizing I'm probably a little farther back from the mic than I usually am, so I probably sound a little quiet. There we go. That should be a little better. I was in full low energy slouch, so shouldn't be doing that. I'm meant to be down here. I have completely lost myself. Which is not the first time I've gotten lost in this game, and it won't be the last time. You know, it would almost be like I should be using the compass. Except the compass is telling me nothing, so I'm so glad I went back and got that. That was clearly such a useful item. It tells me you are here, which is all what I already know, so, you know, good. Okay. That door's a dead end, which I would remember if it was 2 weeks ago, but, you know, doesn't matter. Right, this button moves that out of the way. But we had moved it back the other way and all that. There's where the bomb is that we used a while ago. I don't even think we used that for bomb purposes. I think we used that for platforming purposes before. Wait. Is this another dead end room? What? What am I doing? How lost am I? Answer very. Is there a return to menu anywhere? So I've never needed to do this. Oh yeah, oh, so the Shining Sword isn't the best weapon. I didn't even consider that we actually have this menu screen we can look at where all of our stats are. Notice that our shield is a bit behind, which is gonna be a problem, probably. Is there something in controller config that I can do to help myself? Pocket, action, run, jump. You know, this might actually be a better configuration. I really should have checked these configurations when we started this, but I didn't even think that there'd be multiple options for that for some reason. Because I am a very silly man sometimes. So yeah, we'll actually switch to type B, because we don't need action... Well, I should say we don't need pocket that much. So it being on the right trigger is fine. Left trigger for action is also fine, because my finger is always resting on the left trigger. And having run beyond a face button will be easier in some ways, I think. There's gonna be adjustment, which might fuck with my head. But running like this is gonna be a lot easier for me. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. But I think I'm gonna need to soft reset at this point. Which I think will be the first time I've had to do that since we've started this series.
Long ago, pirates...
Yes, yes, pirates and boats and things. This will put us back to where we were. But this still leaves a question mark in my mind. Because either we're meant to crawl all the way back out, like we were starting to do, or I forgot to do something back where the star prism was put down. And I'm currently more worried that it's where the star prism was, which means we're gonna have to go all the way back through. Which will be real upsetting. I'm also gonna have some trouble with doors for a minute while I remember that it's on the left trigger now. Like, running when I need to will be a bit easier now. Because my thumb is more trained to react quickly than my pointer is. At least on my hands. Because of a lot of what I'm used to playing. Because generally what I use the triggers for is a handful of like side options, and if I'm playing a shooter, that's of course the fire button. So it's usually still a secondary action to movement, rather than the main action of how we stay alive. It also picks up some speed because it's usually having to alternate, for example, between face buttons and the right stick. Especially these days where a lot of things have camera on right stick. And we all know how important the camera angles are. We've experienced that plenty getting through this. Right side is I don't have to do much to get back to where the Star Prism room is. I just need to actually get through the rooms to get there, which isn't that hard. It just takes time. Wait, are my camera directions backwards now? Or is my brain just being stupid? This is going to be the most annoying part about getting back up there, is I have to do this room in full again. Though, I will say... What is my item button now? That one. No? How use item? Help. What? Yep, so that's run, that's jump. Why is triangle my camera? Oh, no. That is something I missed out of that control scheme, and that is terrible. Yeah, that is what that said, and I did not pay attention. We will just change that. Cam angle. Oh, it'll change it to whatever you press for it. Okay. There we go. Item being on triangle is good. Camera angle can stay on select, because we don't need to change it that often. Okay. Now we're fine. Everything's fine. I did not pay attention to where that arrow was pointing. Oh, that would have been a tragedy if I found that out at an actually dangerous time. It would have been funny, though. Come on. Come on. You can do it. There you go. I think left used to be right and right used to be left, and now left is left and right is right, and that is actually messing with me. That is a sentence that will have made no sense to anyone. Either I'm suddenly just doing a very bad job at jumping there, or I have forgotten something already. I feel like it's mostly me doing a bad job of jumping. Come on, Flint. Get the butter off your shoes. I need you to land places, please. So maybe this control change wasn't my finest of ideas. Especially at this point in the game. You know, sometimes. Sometimes I wonder if I actually have good ideas or not. And there's a very strong voice in my head saying, yes, but no. Yes, you have good ideas. Now is not one of them. So I've had enough people yell at me for saying I don't have any good ideas. That I've learned, at the very least, not to voice that I don't have good ideas. I'm not really sure that's a good thing. I really feel like that might not actually be an improvement. Then again, what do I know? I just work here. I have some questions about why I'm managing to do better without changing the camera angle than when I changed it where it should have been better. Of course, I suppose I should know better than to try to do things as they're supposed to be done. Being who I am. Ah! Oh, well, that didn't work. It didn't not work, but it didn't work. Okay, now it didn't work. In that it absolutely did not work. Okay. That is fine. Everything is fine. I swear, if I go all this way back and nothing happens, I might be slightly cross. Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day. Why? Okay, we're fine, we're cool, everything's fine. I'm not about to scream. No, not at all. I am the calmest I've ever been. Which is scarily not wrong. And I really don't know how to feel about that. Okay, that's where ground is. Got it. Wait, I have the wrong ring. Okay. Almost self-sabotaged real hard there, and that would have been a real issue for getting through here. I am genuinely kind of expecting this to be a pointless backtrack, but the other backtrack was also kind of pointless, so, you know. I forgot. You ever just forget the thing you did seconds ago and just realize, as you're plummeting to your doom, that that's exactly what happened? I have, more times than I'd like to think about. Along, platform. I need you here. Thank you. I also could really do with not sneezing while I'm trying to jump. Buddy, could you just work with me here for just another second? Thank you. Now you can sneeze if you need to. It's fine. That was the deal. Okay, now, is there anything else in here, or did I waste my time coming all the way back here? I think I did, in fact, waste my time and yours coming back here. That's on me. I'm gonna sneeze, though. Okay. Only had to do one this time. So, yes, this whole endeavor was pointless. Give me a moment, I will figure out where we're going. So we're not wandering around pointlessly. I just need to figure out where in this mess the star prism is put down. I'm gonna hope that I grabbed that. Wait, what? What? I just love when you read a guide and it makes less sense rather than more. Because, let me tell you, that's where I'm at right now. And, yikes. Okay. So yes, I did something out of order before, and that's what's got me all fucked up. Because, to explain to everybody else what's going on, let me save again first to make sure I don't screw things up somehow. So what happened is, since I went both down and up before really committing to a path, I ended up doing part of the puzzles on this side over here well before I was supposed to. In the end, it doesn't seem like it mattered, but that's what got me all screwed up. is because we are now supposed to be over here. And there is apparently a point over here somewhere that I'm supposed to be able to make progress still. And that's where I got all screwbally. I'm gonna have y'all right over here next to the walkthrough, so if anybody says something, I can see it. And I will track back through the walkthrough until we get to the point where I stopped over here. Statues that are hoisted into the air. I remember doing this room. I'm pretty confident we finished this room. Or is this the room I gave up on in frustration? Let me check the other door. Because there was definitely a point where I got real mad at this side and went, okay, fine, we're gonna go the other way. And I don't remember which of these two doors it was. Well, we do have to do that jumping room again. So I'm gonna put the walkthrough away, and we're gonna just go from that point then. Because that button was still blue, which tells me we definitely did that. I just don't know how far past that we got. And I don't remember this being that hard to do, because it was a matter of chucking a barrel around in order to platform our way across. We need the Dryad Ring in order to break these blocks. And it's gonna be some funky throwing. I think what needs to happen is we, like, landed a barrel next to this so that we could jump onto that. And then jump from that collection of stuff over. Oh, wait. We made a moving platform. That's what that button did. Right. Ignore me! That's just me explaining how we would have done that if we hadn't already done it. Right, this is the room that we got an item out of for fighting those guys. And we're gonna have to do it again! Yay! Fart squirrels. I think I originally called them fire skunks or something. Either one works. I don't know how to feel about any of those ideas, admittedly, but either way, these things are upsetting. No animals were harmed in the making of this film. These are all robots. And that's not actually a cop-out. That is actually the truth. There we go. Clear all of them out. Did I not do this? Yeah, the thing is, every time you open that, monsters spawn. Oh, I think I died doing this, and that's what turned me toward going ahead and going the other way. So I think we were, like, on the last round of fighting these things. And I screwed up at the worst possible time. Because, you know, why would you screw up at any other time other than the worst possible time? That's just how that works. Which, admittedly, when you're fighting for your life, any time is the worst time to screw up. So there's that as well, I guess. This is one of the few times I really wish we actually had the double shot for the elemental shots. Because These are one of the few things where it's really nice to fight them with magic instead of fighting them hand-to-hand. Every time you hit them, they spawn those exploding gas clouds. On top of them having that spin move that spawns a bunch of those clouds. I am going to grab the money, though, because, as mentioned, there may be a shop somewhere in here, I'm hoping. There we go. If we can just get the cloud to line up with the bees, we'll be in business. That seems to be a one-hit kill for those. Because they don't have a ton of health, but they have just enough health to be a problem hitting them from the ground. And as you can see, even if the cloud isn't actively next to them, they can walk into the blast. Even after the blast is technically no longer on screen, which is always good for us. It'd be just as bad for us, because if we step forward, we'd blow up too, but... Take what you can get and all that. This is a very good way to make money. It's just risky. Because bees... Oh, it's 4 bees now, huh? Okay. Right then. Flashing warning about to be on screen. Watch out. I'll blast them all. We don't have a lot of choice on this one. Oh, what's the combination now, though? Fuck. I don't know what the new button combination is to summon the Elemental Lord. So maybe there won't be a flashing warning then. Maybe there'll be a death warning instead. Nope, that's not it. You would think it would still be that combination. Ow. So I don't think it said anywhere. No, it does not. Well, that's potentially problematic. I don't really want to burn the full heal, but in order to live, we're gonna have to. I'm still trying to cast the thing, in case anyone's wondering. But it's just not happening. The problem is, as you can see, these things are very quick to dodge. Which is why I wanted to just blast them all with the screen clearing magic, because I'm losing a ton of health fighting these things. And they're also more than capable of dodging magic, as you can see there. You basically have to catch them attacking more often than not in order to have a prayer of really killing them. Because they can keep going higher and higher, whereas we can't. Flynn, why didn't you throw the magic? The shot was off screen. You should have been able to fire it again. But you didn't. And I'd really like to know why. Ah, well. On the bright side, we ended up not actually using that full heal now. On the downside, we'll have to fight each of those fights again. Which isn't actually that bad, but it's an inconvenience. Did I do whatever was up here? Or was this another one of those things I filed under annoying and not dealing with it? That button isn't pressed. So maybe I didn't do this. Which actually, this must be the path to progress in hindsight. I think I might have screwed this up. Because there's no way the arena room would be the progress path, if you think about it, because of the fact that, you know, it's a dead-end room where you just keep fighting nastier and nastier batches of monsters. Which we are still going to do, before I go wandering off too far. And considering I cannot seem to cast the elemental summon, I'm gonna go back to the original button layout, at least till we're done in this room. Which is gonna take a little bit of an adjustment back, but I think that's better for us, because at least I know how to cast that spell with this layout. Because you would think it would be the same idea, because it would just be... you press the same two types of buttons it was. But it actually isn't. Because I tried the combination that it should have changed to, and nothing happened. Once I had full energy as well, so... it's not a matter of I didn't have the energy to do it either. Just to caveat that one out in case anybody clever in the future is like, oh yeah, you just didn't do it with enough energy. It's like, well, if full energy is not enough to do it, I don't know what to tell you. Because I know YouTube comments love to pretend that they're smart. And there are some genuinely very smart people out there. Unfortunately, a lot of them are the ones that don't tend to say anything in a YouTube comment. Of course, most people are smarter than the man who blows himself up, so, you know, there's that. Especially the man who blows himself up with squirrel gas. You know, doing it right after I made a joke about doing it does not make it any funnier. At least not for me. Maybe for people who see that happening. Maybe they get a good laugh out of that, I don't know. But I have some concerns about not living through doing this now. This is the cheap one, so what I'm gonna do is, for science, I'm gonna leave the room, go back and heal, and see if I can still trigger the chest. You know, whether the chest will still be there or whether I'll have to do the first fight again is basically the idea. Because if we can go heal after each of those, that will give us a hefty advantage in getting through this, because it's not that far to the healing point. Ever since I tried to apply for a job at CVS, they've been sending me so much garbage email and nonsense. I just got another one from them, and I'm like, you can advise me about health all you want, but if you actually hired me, I'd be able to take care of my health better. by, you know, having money. But, you know, that's just the way that ball bounces. Okay, we do have to redo the whole thing, so... Aside from setting up to do the fight better, there is no point in leaving. I mean, technically we can get more money and more bone darts this way. I don't even know if we're gonna get another opportunity to spend the bone darts at Deadeye's axe. Aside from, like, as an epilogue thing, maybe. But I don't even know if there's gonna be an epilogue section, or if we're just going to go to credits when we win the final fight. This is gonna blow up in my... No? Huh. I'm surprised. I fully expected that to blow up in my face. Brain, we need to have a talk. Why did you think that was a good idea? There's a lot of these times where I'm like, yeah, I'm out of range. No, I'm not. I swear if I actually lost health to that, I might be a bit annoyed. Okay, good. We're fine. Better. Got him. Damn you, gas squirrel. Like, you cannot tell me this is anything other than goddamn farts because of the way it makes that noise every time they spew gas. They're just robot squirrels designed to be like those kids that try to light their farts. Which is just another in a long line of why does this exist monsters in this game. I was gonna just blow myself up to take them down with me. And somehow no one got affected by that one. Okay, we got one of them with the gas. And... God damn it. Keep catching the wrong targets. The hit detection in this game is stupid. Don't get me wrong, I'll take hitting the squirrels to get them dealt with too. But I need the Buzzy Doom thing gone. Die. Burn in hell where bugs like you belong. Ah! Them being on fire should count as lighting those off. Come on now. There we go. I'm trying desperately not to use any healing items on this as well. Also that we can save as many of them as we can, but I have concerns. Then again, I feel like I forever have concerns. This, I think, is 4Bs now. They just not activate? Oh, there they go. Actually, I should just activate all 4 of them. Come here, guys. Okay. Now, as I said last time we tried to do this, flashing warning. I'm going to be hitting the whole screen with magic until these things are gone. Did I forget how to cast that? Hello? I feel like I have fucked up somehow. This is the one I have the Elemental Lord casting for. Yeah, no, I had the right input. Right, it is that much. Okay. So I did do it with insufficient energy the first time. There we go. And that's why I wanted to use it, because it kills all 4 of them in one go, and I don't have to lose all of my health fiddling around with fighting those. And that's 5 darts. Right, I think we did that. I got mad. Then we went into another room and died. And then we didn't keep the fact that I did all that crap. I'll take having spent our energy recharge, since we tend not to need those in order to have gotten through that. But that is once again the 2-week time frame since the last time I played this coming into play again. Like, oh yeah, it's only 100 energy to screen clear. No, it's more like 300. And if I had remembered that it was just bone darts in there, I would not have bothered. So we now have 10 bone darts. Which is just to play a dart minigame to get some upgrades at Deadeye's Axe for those unfamiliar. Which, you know, is all well and good, but doesn't really change our situation when we're 1 dungeon away from the end of the game. Though the extra, like, 600 gold we got out of that is more worthwhile. Not sure worthwhile enough, but I'll take what I can get. Out of curiosity. Oh, it just full resets anyway, so if I want to, I can actually grind money fighting the first couple sets over and over again. That might actually be worth doing a time or two in order to have a bunch of money on hand. Just in case there is a merchant somewhere in here. I feel like they wouldn't give you a money grinding opportunity like this for nothing. Like, this might be one of those, this is your catch-up opportunity moments. Which, considering how far behind on shield upgrades we are, I probably need it. So after I finish... Okay. I'm gonna check to see if there is another shop opportunity coming up. Okay, there is a opportunity to get more healing items before the game ends. So yes, it is worth grinding up a bit of money. That is what I needed to know. I've purposely skimmed it in such a way that I did not retain any of what I read to get there. At least not any more than I had ended up learning when I was checking how long the rest of the game was. To know whether we were going to manage to beat it anytime quick or not. Which the answer is, if we can manage to do the upcoming fights without it being a huge ordeal, we'll probably be done in a couple hours. Which will line up pretty nicely with my usual time these days. But, given, as I said before, how Alundra 1 ended, I have a sneaking suspicion, since this game has been usually noted as nastier between the two, I am fully expecting the final fights to be a nightmare. Especially with how the last couple boss fights have been. That was a bad self-destruct there. There we go, that'll work. Smack him out of my way. Yeah, there's not going to be anything too exciting happening for a little while here while I do a little bit of money grinding. I'm probably going to only do like one more set of this fight in order to get just that little bit more money. Because I think this is the one that gets me 500. So if I leave after this, we'll be able to reset to do the 500 again. And if it weren't for the amount of EP it uses and the amount of flashing it causes, I would probably just sit here and spam the Elemental Lord over and over again. Whenever we come in here and make it very fast. Okay, this is not the 500. The next one's the 500. Because this is 2 flies and squirrels. That said, I guess I may as well take the bone darts, because as soon as we win this fight and take the money, we then end up having to fight the 4 Bs anyway. It's either that or I just do the earlier couple over and over again, which is far less profitable, all things considered. The fact that these things can do contact damage while still floating also really sucks. Call shenanigans on their hitbox. There we go. There we go. In my current condition, do I even really want to fight 4 Bs? I think the answer is no. I think we just call it even there. Since we are in rough shape and more than likely just getting a hold of the other ones in order to hit them, we would get killed. Let's see. Tonics are 200. I think it was like 500 for the bigger ones. So I'd be able to get a full set of tonics in my current financial situation. And a full set of tonics is probably all I would need. But it would be nice to get the shield upgrades as well. We definitely passed on some shield upgrades because of not being able to afford them, as mentioned before. But I think that's a bridge I'll cross if I need to, rather than worrying about it. Let's just go ahead and make some progress. We have been managing to retain a good amount of our healing items thus far through the dungeon, better than I thought we were going to. And now that I know we have a checkpoint before the actual finale, I'm not as concerned. Except I autopiloted back into this damn room anyway. So I guess we'll at least clear this room again, because we can't leave without clearing them. Isn't autopilot great? will say, at least these things provide the means to destroy themselves. Kind of like I do, so really, I suppose these are my spirit animal, aren't they? I always provide the means of my own destruction. Usually used by myself. So, now having wasted half of my health bar, let's turn around and not go that way. I could have grabbed the chest, but then I would have had to fight the whole room again, and Now then. Let's not jump on this one again, because that's what screwed everything up a second ago. Jump from here to here to here. To Flint not jumping with momentum, because of course he didn't. Thankfully, it's actually fairly fixable with these seesaw blocks. I say as I might have actually made it unfixable. Oh, son of a whore. Yep, I broke it. Okay, try again. I think hitting that block just made it go up just enough to be impossible. And that one's just tall enough that I can't jump on it either. For those wondering, yes, the jumping is as inconsistent as it looks. When you see me somehow not land on it even though I did the exact same jump, basically. So yes, these seesaws are going to be as tedious as you might think in order to deal with. It's fine. I can reorient this in a way that'll work. I'm trying not to use my running jumps because I don't want to overshoot. But at the same time, it would appear that the running jump is necessary. I just wish I had ever so slightly more control over Flint when he's having to pinball around like this. The problem is, I'm assuming that button is necessary. Because this pit looks pretty impassable, and that's a locked door. So, the button will either provide us a means across the gap or through the door. As to which, I don't know. Did I really just screw that up instantly? Yep, sure did. Sure fucking did. This is why I don't want to do the running jumps all over this, but I don't think I have much of a choice. If I don't do a running jump, it half the time doesn't make it. If I do a running jump, half the time I slide off the other end. I'm really stuck with the damned if I do, damned if I don't. And the other part of not running jumping these is I have a very high chance of ending up moving the platforms too far immediately. And then I can't do what I need to do. Like, don't get me wrong, I've kept the walkthrough open over there in case I really need help. Because, honestly, this is really not making sense immediately. And I feel like this is not as hard as I'm making it. There's probably a trick to this that I'm not spotting. is it feels like the pattern for jumping is either this one, to this one, to this one, to that one, to that one, or this one, this one, this one, that one, and then over. Because what you can do is if you land on this one, you can let this one rise back up, jump to it, and then jump to the platform. The main issue comes from these four back here, which can end up at an alignment such that you cannot realign the last two that you actually need. And that's where things get a bit fucked up. Just checking on a couple things in Discord while I let my brain process that concept. I don't know if it'll actually benefit me at all, but it also clears the notifications, which makes me less twitchy. So, you know. It's a mixed bag. Also didn't hurt to let us get full energy back, even though we're probably not going to need it. Yeah, I really think that the alternating pattern's the way to go here. The worst part about this whole path is landing up here. Because of the simple fact that as soon as I land on this one, this is going to get higher. So I need to be quick to get off of this one. Otherwise I'll make this too high to land on. But I also have to be quick to get off this one, because otherwise this will become impossible. These two don't matter as much. The starting two. Because as long as I don't fall, we never need those two again. That's not to say I'm not going to end up falling, because I'm almost certainly going to slip. And just bin the whole attempt at some point. But, you know, I would ideally like not to make that mistake. That's still recoverable. Is the thing that's hardest about this is getting Flint's momentum to change as drastically as I need it to. Because my only two thoughts for how to change momentum that drastically is either to run enough to jump and then let go of run, but then hit run again immediately when I land here, to then reorient and go this way. And that is proving to be a problem. But I can do that. But then sometimes my thumb goes stupid and we go flying halfway across the ages on that third jump instead. We got a lot of different problems here. Yep, didn't make that. Okay. Because that's the other issue, is taking my time on that jump means we end up with the problem I mentioned before. Because as long as they both increase the same amount, then it works out because we can just jump the same distance either way. It's when I get too low on this one relative to the other one. So right now, I think we've reached a point where that's unmakeable. Leaving me the only other play of this, which is also not high enough. Which is interesting. This physically can't get as high as those can. At max height, that is here. Whereas this pair at max height goes to here. And this one, of course, maxes out even higher. So that in and of itself is slightly confusing. Like, it makes sense because those need to be a certain height in order for you to get to where you need to go. But the sheer difference there also kind of throws me a little bit. It's like, this one's endlessly fixable, basically, because I can always tilt back and forth as much as needed. These become unfixable the second they get out of hand. Because I can't reach that now. No matter how high I lift this one, this is an unmakeable jump now. Even if I jump instantly. Okay, what does the walkthrough say to do for the pattern for this? Because otherwise we're going to be here all day. Six. Two. Really? I'll believe you, walkthrough, but I have strong suspicions about your sanity. Is to explain why I say the walkthrough might be a little crazy on this one. What they're saying is I go from this one, to here, to here, to the ledge. And you can understand why I have a real big question mark on that, because of how low this platform is. I don't think that's possible. Is just to illustrate the point based on the numbers they're giving me. So it's absolutely clear what I mean. They're saying the order is this. This one is number 6. This is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They're saying jump in this order. 5 to 6 to 3 to 1 to the ledge. This is where it gets weird. Right here. How does this work? And they say facing west. So let me make sure my facing is correct. Yes, I am facing west. Are they insane? Am I stupid? What, one of these has to be weird, because... no, maybe that is actually makeable, even though it really looks like it shouldn't be. I feel like this is another case of the perspective ruining my day. And making me think that either I'm crazy or they're crazy. So I will say, as you can see here, it's not much better from this angle with this path. It's theoretically possible. And I still don't like this plan. Because I have my suspicions about whether it actually will work. because you have to jump so fast. Because you basically have to just tap the platform to use it to regain your jump. You can't actually stop on that platform at all. So maybe I should jump like this, so that I'm already oriented for the platform, instead of oriented for the platforms I'm jumping to. Because jumping to these isn't that bad. And I have some wiggle room on this jump here. The main issue ends up being this one getting steadily too low. Yeah, no, that's unfixable at this point. Pay no mind to Flint having a moment on the ladder there. It's fine. Everything's fine. Sorry this is taking so long, folks. Doing the best I can. I jumped, like, immediately there, and I hard hit that wall. So I think this guide might be full of shit. Like, that gets real close, but I feel like they're wrong. And this is an IGN walkthrough, so I already had some slight question marks on it to begin with. Yeah, see, that was a better path. I think when they wrote that walkthrough, they skipped a step. I think that's what actually happened there. Is there was supposed to be a jump to 2 to lift 1 up high enough for you to use it to get there, and they just skipped that. Maybe assuming the reader would understand to go there, but then why list out the rest of them in sequence and skip that one? So I think there's just an issue there, and it's fine. Because, you know, clearly we needed to do this fight again. Don't go off the edge, please. God damn it, game! Why must you dash when I don't want you to dash, but when I want you to dash, you won't dash? There we go. That's the threat off the board. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Because as soon as we clear these guys out, we're gonna go heal and save. I'm trying my best to not use my healing items so we can have them for later. Because we're gonna need them. Okay. Because now both those doors should stay open. We're going back. A little bit of a clench on that one, not gonna lie. Had some concerns. Might have lost faith right before the end of that fight. Right about when the fart squirrel was in my face about to blow both of us up. There was some concerns. Okay. And now we never need to do that jumping puzzle again. All is right with the world. Or, as right as it gets. We're gonna save twice to make sure that that saves, because yikes. Okay. Okay. Crisis averted. Somewhat. So if it's taking me 2 hours just to get through a handful of rooms of this place, we might be in for a bit of a longer finish to this than I thought. Which I was worried that this wasn't gonna just be an immediate finale. Because, you know, of course it wasn't going to be. that I suppose is one thing. At the very least, I never needed to worry about this stream finishing this game being too short. Oh, come on. Flint, grab the damn ladder. Thank you. Get the hell out of here. Okay. Now we can make forward progress again. Okay. I already don't like what I'm seeing in this room, because I have a suspicion where this idea is going. If I break this, I assume this block either moves forward, or something changes. So let's go ahead and blow that up and find out what happens. Worst case, we reset the room. Yep, this goes on a merry journey. I assume this is going to be a timing trick of I need to break those in just the right order, that they all cross in a way that I can get over there. So this is actually going to be sublimely simple. It'll be a pain in the butt, but it's actually quite simple. Because you see, Flint can jump pretty far. So what I'm thinking is I just need to hit the one that crosses here, and then jump to the button. So really, I only technically need 2 of these in play at a time. I don't need to go to all 4 of them. So for sake of argument, let's just trigger whichever ones we can from here. That one goes there. That speed. Okay, we might be able to make that jump. This one I don't think we need. I think that one's extraneous. Well, no, it'll be for getting from the button to here, probably. Because I assume once I hit the button, the spikes probably go away. So, we need to reset the room again, which is no one's gonna be surprised by that one. So. Judging from the way these move, let's trigger this one first, then pop the other one. And promptly miss the jump and screw this whole plan up. If I had landed that jump, I think we would have been fine. But unfortunately, your boy Drac here is sometimes a very bad shot. It also doesn't help that there's a bit of a... Okay, I don't know what happened there. We were on it and then it just kind of spat us off of it. I'm not really sure what happened. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay between when Flint can fire one shot and then when he can fire the next one, even once they dissipate, was what I was gonna try to say before the platform decided to be funny. So we are better off making that shot, I think. And I think if I hadn't had my thumb twitch and slightly go off base, I think we would have been able to land that. And then I could have landed this. Keyword, of course, being I think. Because with this perspective, I cannot guarantee anything. Maybe it's my depth perception, maybe it's all the perspective, I don't know. But for me, this is nightmarishly fucky. In terms of telling what height things are at and whether I can reach something. No matter how much I spin the camera around. Like, I could try this camera angle, but that's no better. This one's too close. This is, like, the best I've got. God damn it, game! The delay caused a real big issue there. That was so close to being right, though. God damn it. Is I went to spin for a second to get a little extra distance to get momentum to jump faster. And instead of shooting where I meant to, the delay caused it to shoot the other way. Come on. This is the same mistake they made with the first Alundra. They're putting way too much of a reliance on an not well enough designed jump mechanic. Don't get me wrong, it's better than the first game's jumping was. I'm so close so many times, and then just barely tap the edge of the platform instead of getting where I want. Maybe I am doing this the wrong way. Maybe I do want to pop this one first. Curse my twitchy fingers. I got ahead of myself is what happened on that one. Because I landed and it was like, I need to jump. I need to go. I need to get there. But I didn't need to get there yet. There we go. Yeah, because now that makes those go away. And now we do one of those crazy little corner shots. Up on this boy, and we're out of here. I don't know if that's necessarily how they wanted me to do that, but that was the best way I saw to do that. And I don't think anybody should really be surprised by me doing things my way instead of whatever way actually made any sense. Because, you know, drac gonna drac. These things in tiny rooms are such a nightmare, especially with these stupid buttons you can get stuck on. Why did that go over it? What? This game. I genuinely, I don't think will ever understand. Oh, that's just mean. That's what you get, you little bastard. Trying to trap me in a corner with your fart gas. Poo gas. Okay. Now, the important question, is there a way conveniently back? Yes. Okay. Now that we can go back and forth conveniently, what I'm gonna do is the same thing I've been doing, which is go back and heal. There's also this door over here that I noticed when I turned the camera. Okay. I think we might have found an even better money grinding room just slaughtering these little guys. No, they might not come back now that I killed that, though. Ah, if you break that while killing them, you can't go through anyway, because the door shuts. So they'll probably come back, then. Or I'm locked out of that dark chest that's in there forever. In which case, sad. But oh well. Nope, they come back. Okay. So I need to be careful how I get rid of these guys. Like, over here is safe. And they're not actually a threat, really, so I can just kind of stand here and just keep swinging and they'll eventually sort themselves out. Because I don't dare attack when I'm near the statues. I can hit them from, like, there, for example. This is where the combo we have is actually somewhat of a hindrance rather than a help. But we made it work. And we did make a bunch of money, so... always useful. But... okay, now we got a block puzzle. One reusable block and a bunch of single-use blocks. Okay. So let's just get rid of this one entirely. Less moving parts makes this easier, in theory. Problem is, I don't know what the goal of this is. I assume that button will reset the room, and I don't really want that. A minute. Like, in theory, the idea would be to get across this room. So let's work on that theory first. Yes, the point is to get over here. Okay, so I fucked that up. That's fine. I just needed frame of reference of what I was actually trying to accomplish. Which, since I couldn't see a damn thing in this room, I had no way of telling. So the plan of getting rid of this block over here was fine. Move that one over, no longer an issue. Let's bring this one... I can't bring it to me because only these can be pulled to me. Can I push this sideways on that? No, I cannot. Okay. So I think I know where I want that one to be, then. Actually, hang on. I need to move this back, which is why this is one that you can move back. Move this one forward. This one that way. You go that way. And you go that way. Because the one that kept bugging me was the one that was the only one you could move in a different direction. So there had to be a trick relating to this one. The answer being, use the feature it has, which is the ability to be pulled in the other direction. So now all of those go away. But that also made the switch go away. And the chest. So I think I fucked up. So that might just be gone now. Let's reset the room and see if that comes back. Because I don't know if that's a health extension or a puzzle piece. Because we just had a puzzle piece as our last chest reward like that. So in theory, there's the potential for this... Nope. I'm gonna hope that was a puzzle piece, because if that was a life extension I permanently lost, that'd be very unfortunate. Which means it probably was the life extension I permanently lost. Oh well. Nothing to be done. Everything about this seems awful. What does the switch do? Resets the room. Correction. Destroys the room. Somehow that's less helpful. All things considered, I feel like a switch that just destroys everything is not actually that helpful. So we've got a door that opens here. Door that probably won't open over there. Bunch of blocks to push around. And a chest. Okay, I feel like I see the basic idea here, but I'm not entirely sure about the basic idea here, if that makes sense. The key is we have to at least get on top of one of these, in theory. The problem is, the blocks and these statues are the same height. So I don't know what the idea behind them being able to be moved is. Because my current only thought is doing something like this. Climb around, push this one this way. The problem with that idea is this is at the wrong height for me to land on it. Because that's me misreading the heights again because of the perspective. Like, I feel like these have to be important somehow, otherwise why would these blocks be there as well? So I, for some reason, saw this as being high enough to jump to this, but being far enough away that it didn't work, and I think that's part my eyes fucking with me and part this game's perspective just being a nightmare. I have some real concerns about whether this is even physically possible to jump over to that. I'm currently leaning that it is impossible. But I also don't really have any great ideas here. It's like I can slide this over like this, and it'll float there. But what does that do for me? The answer? Nothing. As far as I can tell, it does absolutely nothing. One thing I can see to do, and I'm not sure if there's a point to it, but I'm gonna try it, is to break this statue that's in front of me and move this block to take its place in an attempt to reach those platforms. Because that brings us a lot closer to that. But I also don't know what the point of those platforms is. Like, is this meant to give me more height? In order to jump to... Yep. Okay, figured it out. I think I figured it out. I did the right thing, but the wrong thing. And I know that's a sentence that probably makes absolutely no sense. But you'll understand in a second what I mean. So if I'm getting a correct read on this, this first tower of blocks is useless. Doesn't do anything for our situation. Doesn't even really need to be here aside from being an obstruction. We go this way with this one. Because that puts it into alignment for us to jump from that to this, in theory. Break this. It allows us to move this block over here. We then make our way across this mess over here. If I'd stop getting stuck on random vertices that may or may not actually even exist. Okay, that's at the wrong height, so that plan doesn't work. But it's again a case of how am I meant to really be able to tell? Because if you look at it from this angle, that looks bad, but potentially makeable. So I had to check. And the other issue is, if I move any of this stuff around, I don't really think it helps us at all. Because the only place I can think of to move this would be over to here. And that really just doesn't change anything. You know? I don't see the point to that location. But I think even jumping from there, we're not going to be able to reach that platform either. And these only go one tile before turning to permanent can't move stone. Yeah, that's not makeable. But the problem I'm having is they wouldn't make those first two movable if there wasn't a purpose to it. They would either just not be there, or they would be permanently locked in place to begin with. Because while I will end up saying that they put something there just to fuck with you, they tend not to actually do that. So what's the trick here? And I think I might know. I think I just had an idea. Because it's another one of those, they took an idea they had for a mechanic and they extended the concept. Is how I think this will work is, since I'm not pushing the top block will not turn to stone. Uh-huh. Bastard men. A lot of them. That's exactly how that trick works. So now we get rid of that. The question is, do I move this one over first, or do I move it after I move the other thing? I also don't need this here fucking with me, so let's just get rid of that. I'm gonna try with moving this first, because that pillar's still there to hold it up. And we move this to the place where we put it before. Oh, we have one big problem, though. We have one very big problem. How do I move this one? Because I now no longer have any pillars around to stand on to push this. And you can't pull these. So we still fucked up. And I think the fuck up is order of operations. Potentially. Hang on. Because I think we're on the right track, because that utilizes all 4 blocks in some manner. So the logic makes sense that that would be how it would work. So we definitely get rid of that. So does the top block need to go that way then? And then I jump from here to it to somewhere else? I might not have needed to reset at that moment. I might have jumped the gun on that. Yeah, because that lines up with that one. So if I go that way... Yeah, that's what I was worried about with that, is it falls. So that doesn't actually help anything. Aside from making it easier to jump to that, except it doesn't actually at all, and we are actually stuck in here now, which is why this lever exists. Like, there's a very simple solution to this problem. Is all of these have had very dumb, simple solutions that, the way my brain works, flies past and just goes ham on this uber complicated, ridiculous solution that is absolutely unnecessary. Like, I feel like... Does all of these have basically 2 decisions I could make with each of them that would ever actually have any relevance? And that's kind of where I'm getting stuck with it right now, is I basically am flipping the coin, and the coin is landing wrong. In terms of my decision-making to a degree. And that's not, like, the real way I wanted to phrase the thought there, but that's the base idea of what I'm thinking. Because, for example, this block above me here could either sit on this pedestal, or once I can get around the horrendous clipping here, it could sit on this one. Because those are the only two where it would end up somewhere where it would actually be productive. Because it could go back this way, but what would it do over here? The answer being it would technically allow me to get to that, except it wouldn't really actually help me get there because it's too high to land on. Like, whatever high point I need to make, it needs to be built around where those two platforms are, because that's the only way I'm landing on top of any of these. There basically needs to be a go-between and then a high point. And I'm thinking this... God fucking damn it, game. I don't know if I want to get rid of that one on the right. That's why I'm resetting after accidentally breaking it. So I'm pretty confident that this needs to go. And that this one on the bottom needs to come this way. I don't want to make that move immediately because that will drop the top block down and be unhelpful. Because I don't know where I want the top block to be still quite yet. Which, actually, I guess it doesn't really matter which of the two ways the top block goes, though. Like, if it goes there, that's probably the easiest for me to reach from those, but I don't think I'm meant to get there from those to begin with. And there's no point in moving this block this way, because of the fact that it would just basically be in the same position this pillar already is. And there's no point in it being there. So I genuinely do think that this is meant to go over here for one purpose or another. As to exactly what that purpose is, I am unclear, but I think that's the correct move for that piece. Which then brings me back to the question of this one. It could just be as simple as I'm meant to... No, because that's physically impossible. I was gonna say I move this block this way, and then move the top block onto this block, but I physically can't do that. Because there'd be nowhere to stand to push the top block from that position. And if I try to just push the top block straight away, it then just sits one block away from it either way. Like, I think the key to this is arranging in such a way that the farther away top block is somewhere in a position that I can reach from these platforms here. So I think the idea is I jump from these blocks to this one up here, wherever it may end up being, then over to this. And it's entirely possible that I'm worrying too much about this and I should just do this. But I don't think that's physically possible to follow up on. So I think this is a position we were in already. I think we now have this block in front of us and the block to our right essentially equidistant from where we're jumping from. So that doesn't help anything. The main problem being I don't see a way to get that one any closer. Or... hang on. I might have had a stupid idea. I need to see the full layout of the pillars again to know whether it's a stupid idea or if it's a brilliant idea. Currently leaning stupid. Because I was picturing the concept in my head of, what if I broke this pillar, move this whole alignment down one, and then over one? And the answer is I'd have 2 blocks sitting on the ground right here. And that doesn't help anything. That just builds a bridge, and we don't need a bridge in our current situation. It makes it easier to get across to jump to this, but it doesn't solve anything. Which I suppose that's the big problem, is there's a lot of moves to be made, but not a lot of moves that solve any. And these are spaced just right that you can't actually bring them together in any real way. Any that I can tell. That it at least isn't... Well, at least that isn't already represented by an existing pillar. My brain keeps wanting to move this bottom block over and then move the top block over again, but I physically can't do that. There's nothing to push it with. And the only other option at that point would be to push it up at the start. But what would be the point to that? And the answer, as far as I can tell, is there'd be no point. There's no benefit to that move. And as far as moves I can make with this one goes, I can move the whole assembly down to where I'm standing and then move the top block to the right, except I physically can't do that because of the fact that there's nothing to stand on this side instead. I wouldn't be able to push it further down once I move this whole assembly down because there'd be nothing on the other side of it. In fact, moving this assembly down actually is a full dead end. I wouldn't be able to move that top block at all. Because there'd be nowhere to move against it to actually push it. And even if I did push it, the only valid place it would go from here would be over here, and we already have a way of getting a block there, so there'd be no point. I am definitely baffled by this one. Like, I feel like I should be seeing something, but I'm not. Just for stupid ideas' sake, I can put that there. That there. Break that. Move that there. Shits and giggles, break that. And then move that over here. Like, this is a genuine for shits and giggles move here. 'Cause I don't think this will do literally anything beneficial. Because we can't reach there. We can't jump over there. So the whole thing's just fucked at that point. Just to illustrate my point about where some of this stuff is. This puzzle would be a non-issue if I could just move any of these blocks more than once. But that's, of course, why they're single-use blocks, is so you don't just slide one across the whole layout and you're fine. Because otherwise, there'd be a, like, 2-move solution to this. But they have to design these in such a way that you have to reach around your ass to get to your elbow. Because the incredibly simple solution at that point would be to slide this top block on this one to the right. I mean, to the left, rather. Then to the left again. And it would be floating on top of this block. Since they seem to kind of defy physics a little bit in places, so it really wouldn't matter. And then it would be in a good place for you to jump from this to it, and then you would jump from the blocks to it, to the top of that one, to the chest, and you'd be done instantly. More or less. There's a couple other steps to it, but that's the crux of what you'd be able to do if you could just slide these without them turning to stone. It would also be grand if I could move these pillars around. Because if I could move the pillars, what it would be is you would get rid of this pillar, move this across, move one of the pillars up against it, probably the one that's to its right now, and then you'd push the top block here, and you'd end up in the same position I was talking about. As it stands, I'm going to get myself a hint what the hell I'm supposed to be doing here, because I do not understand. I think I understand what the guide is saying. But I feel like that's also what I was trying to do already. One of these needs to stay in a 2-tier stack, is what they're implying. I think they mean this one. Because this is the one that would make the most sense to keep stacked. Except maybe not. Maybe that idea made absolutely no sense because I am fading out quicker than I thought I would today. Which I am also realizing we've been in this dungeon for 3 hours again already. So maybe that's why Brain is starting to fall apart. It wouldn't surprise me. The upsetting thing is, this is literally the last puzzle in this dungeon. I'm gonna drop that spoil right there because I'm annoyed by it. This is literally the last puzzle before the boss of this dungeon. And then at least this dungeon will be done. But the problem is, even if I use the information the guide is providing me, I don't actually understand what they're trying to tell me. As they say, destroy the 2 yellow statues closest to the elevated blocks. Which I assume means these 2. Then move the 2 blocks nearest where you came in to the north. Which means I would have needed to get rid of this statue. So I think one of the statues I broke was wrong. Push the top block of... push the top block of the blocks you just pushed to the north, flat against the east wall. Except I can't. Which is why I'm confused by what they're saying in this guide. I feel like whoever wrote this doesn't understand what the hell they're talking about, or I'm just tired enough that it's not making sense. Which is entirely possible, but also very weird. Is that I feel like either I'm skipping back and forth not meaning to, or something about this is layered wrong. Is destroy the two closest statues, which could either be these two or these two. And the implication, based on where they're telling me to move things, is that they mean these two. Is I need to be able to move this pair of blocks to the north. Thanks to us having the compass, we know that that way is north. But the problem with that idea is where they're saying the wall is doesn't match. They're telling me to push this set of blocks one step to the east, which would be where I'm facing. And that is in and of itself confusing. It's just to demonstrate why I'm saying what they're telling me to do doesn't make any sense. Just in case it actually works as well. Is they want me to do this. Which locks that in place there. Which is where I was trying to put it multiple times already. So I'm not against that. But they then tell me to do this. Because this is the only way it would... No, I've got my directions fucked again. But I would have... Because that's the only wall I can put that against. So either they've got east and west mixed up, or I am more confused than I thought. Because the only other option is that they mean to put this one against the eastern wall. And they're just being weird about what blocks they're talking about. This is why I'm saying it feels like they're skipping around in what blocks they're talking about without actually being descriptive of what blocks they mean. Is to read it out verbatim, what is written here, without me touching anything, so that it doesn't get weird. Destroy the two statues closest to the small elevated blocks, then move the two blocks nearest where you came in to the north. That would be these two blocks that I'm standing next to right now. North being taking it here. Jump onto the statue and push the top block of the blocks you just pushed north flat against the east wall. Which is impossible. Because the east wall is this wall. How am I going to push a block that's 2 blocks away flat against a wall? That I can, because I can only move it once. And now the directions continue from there, of course. Jump onto the statue, push that one against the east wall. Now, just assuming we did that, the follow-up is to jump across all of this and do what I just did a moment ago, which was pushing this over here. That part makes sense. Like, this is a position we were already in, and they're claiming it works. And there's one other hole in this plan, too. If I move these blocks to the north, how am I supposed to move this two-tier stack of blocks to the east at all? Reading this guide has actually hurt my thought process more than helped. Like, I've reached the point where I'm actually going to copy-paste what this says, just in case somebody finds somewhere that I'm reading this wrong. This is driving me insane. That is copy-pasted from the guide, what it says. Destroy the two statues, which we've discussed already. Move the 2 blocks nearest where we came in to the north. North being, yet again, this way. Jump onto the statue, push the top block of the blocks you just moved north, flat against the east wall, which is where that whole thought process crumbles. Now, one thing I did misunderstand of what they said was they also wanted the bottom block of this stack over here to be maintained in a double stack, which I don't see the point to. Like, I don't see a benefit to that. I'm gonna go ahead and do that just in case it reveals something magically. Just so you guys have context of why I think this guide's talking out of its ass. Is they want me to do that. Now, since these elevated blocks are the only way to get to the top of the stone blocks, I feel like literally all that went wrong here is that they said the wrong direction. Like, I think they literally got east and west backwards. And that's why this guide got all fucky. But if anybody reads anything else out of that information, feel free to speak up, because I am getting fucking nowhere. Like, I will once again follow its instructions, just in case, now that I did that, quote-unquote, correctly, it'll start to make some sense. That's also fair, because my eyes aren't doing me any favors trying to read that whole wall of text either. Even trying to cut to the specific parts that I need. Because I just don't understand what the hell the game wants of me here. Well, correction, I know what the end intent is, but I have no idea how to achieve it. Is a better way of phrasing what I'm thinking there. And no matter how I move these, I feel like it's incorrect. It's like, I could move the whole stack that's here this way, but how does that help me either? Answer, it doesn't. And if they have their directions backwards, and I move that stack north and then push the top one this way, that just drops it on the floor. I don't know. That's the problem I'm trying to figure out, Evo, is I don't know what the block-related outcome is. I need to be able to get to that chest. But I need the higher blocks to be close to this platform here so that I can actually get on top of them. The problem is, since all of those only move one square and then they freeze, that's where this is all falling apart. Correct. If I could move those, this would have been done already. They purposely made this a huge pain in the ass. And they have it designed so that you can push each of these in all four directions from their current starting locations. Because, you know, they won't float. They do need one of these pillars to be underneath them for the higher ones to stay. And judging from where those elevated platforms are, it really doesn't matter where this top block goes. I cannot give you a great measurement on that. What I would say... Hang on. Once I stop getting stuck on everything in God's green earth. From here, I can probably reach one of the high platforms if it's like this far away. But that's only an estimate, because the perspective in this game is so fucky that I can't guarantee what the actual reach of anything is. Like, as you can see, with a standing jump, I can make it around these corners and things like that, but you have the height differential to account for. And without being able to tell exactly how high these are, I can't give an accurate judgment for how much that changes. Because these elevated blocks over here are some kind of weird middle ground between the height I'm standing at and the height of these. Like, a simple solution to this would be to move this whole stack over here and then move the top one over one, but I can't do that because it would just fall. That is as far as I can tell the thing, yes. I need these here in order to be able to reach. That's why they're here. Because if you look, you'll notice they're ever so slightly higher than the yellow statues are. They're like a half a block higher. But the problem is I've yet to get these into a configuration where I can land on top of these blocks and then be able to reach one of the top blocks to verify that. So I also need to be able to stand on something to push a block. So for example, if I moved this block here north like they wanted me to, I would then have very few ways I can take this block at the top and go anywhere. And that's why this has turned into a whole goddamn headache. Just to illustrate my point on that one, say I push this here. No. The yellow cannot move at all. The yellow is 100% stationary and cannot be changed in any way. The only things I can move are the ones with the handprint symbols on them. I can remove the yellow ones entirely. Yes. Yeah, like, for example, if I had moved the whole stack, because I fucked up which one I pushed, but if I had moved the whole stack here so that I could push this one that is now gray, the only place I'd be able to push it would be from this side, so the only place it could go would be where it would fall, over here, which does not seem productive. Similar case with this one over here. Where if I, say, for example, broke this in order to bring the whole stack closer to the objective by moving it here, I would then have no way to push the top block anywhere. And in the current configuration, I cannot reach anything. If I was able to get on top of this, this would work fine. But unfortunately, I cannot currently reach that from here, so this configuration is non-functional. Just to give you an example of what I mean. So basically, I either need to maintain a double stack, or I need to move something on top of a yellow statue in order to maintain the height I need. But I also need something close enough to this. And my brain keeps telling me I don't need these first two statues at all. I feel like they're completely irrelevant to this process in some way. So one of the things I tried was doing this. Break that. Move this over here. But the problem with this plan is, as you might imagine, the high block is now too far away. It's also too far away when I put it over here. We have verified that. But this is a configuration that allows me to get here. Just for demonstration purposes, I will make my way there to prove when this game's jumping doesn't decide to be an absolute shitter about everything. And that is also why it's hard to tell you how far I can jump, because sometimes it just doesn't for reasons, and I can't answer why. Aside from the edge clipping is probably awful. But the problem is, aside from moving this one down and maintaining that as a double stack... This one? Yes. If by over you mean to where I'm currently standing, yes, I can bring that here. This is... what you're actually suggesting is the configuration I put this in when I was first trying this. The problem will end up being that I can't actually make that jump. As far as I can tell, that jump is not possible. I don't know if it's supposed to be possible and is being problematic, or if it is straight up not possible. Because of, again, the unverifiable nature of this game's jumping capacity. Like, because you would think physically that this would be a configuration that works. Because you should be able to jump from this. Correct. Once it blinks and turns gray, it's done. You can't do anything with it. That's the entire crux of the problem. If I could move any of these a second time, this would have been done already. But they made this a huge bitch. Yes, I can move this block once. Somewhere. This one right here, since it has not been moved at all, can move. But there is nowhere it would be able to move that would be beneficial. Because it could move under here, except I would have to break this, which would then drop the block that's there. I could move it here, but that doesn't really change anything. It could go backwards, but again, doesn't help. And over here, which doesn't get us anywhere. Like, I can only assume we fucked up somewhere early in that chain. But we have a decent theory. I think just the first move is where we're going wrong somewhere. I just don't know what the first move is meant to be. Is putting the top block of this pair here didn't change anything when I tried that earlier either. So putting the whole stack here wouldn't be any better. So that kind of leaves only two moves in my mind for this stack, which is either coming here, which would be the same as moving the single block here anyway, so really it doesn't matter. Or over here, which is the same as when I'd moved the single block around, which didn't help anything either. Just had a thought. How do I get to that spot to do what I'm thinking, though? There we go. Move this over here. And move this up. Come on. Move the fucking thing, Flint. Flint, please. Alright. I skipped a step. Break that. Now move it, you fucking jackass. Everything about jumping in this game is pain. Yep, that's it. Yeah, that was the problem. They had east and west fucking backwards in this guide, and it led me on a whole fucking tear of goddamn disaster here. Let this be a lesson, everyone. Proofread your fucking guides. For the love of God. The problem is, I had this solution laid out before I checked the guide to make sure I was on the right track, and it immediately told me, as far as I could tell, I was wrong. All because the guide was back-assward. Well, as I said when I was going by it, I was pretty sure the guide was fucked up somewhere. I just didn't know, I couldn't confirm where to really, lean into it. Okay, we skipped a shield level, so now our shield's caught up to our sword. That's fantastic. So we spent, what, like an hour on that puzzle? All just to grab an elixir and a shield and get dumped right back where we started. So that entire puzzle was unnecessary. I'm actually going to go back and save before I do anything stupid. Because I never want to have to do that puzzle again. We know the solution now, but no, fuck it. I never want to have to do that puzzle again. Never again. And the worst part is, as I called out multiple times, there was a stupid simple solution to that puzzle. I just kept dancing around it and not quite hitting it. Happens every fucking time. Like, if this was the only time something like that had happened, I wouldn't even care. But the consistency with which this shit happens is so frustrating. And I can't necessarily agree with the statement that modern games are more lenient. Because there is definitely the same methodology at play in a lot of those. But they are usually a bit clearer about whether an area is extra or not when they start pulling fuckery like that. But I've definitely seen plenty of newer games with the same kind of you push a block once and you can't touch it anymore nonsense. So I can't say they're more lenient on that, necessarily. But it may just be that you've dealt with better ones about that. And what the guide has told me is coming up next is, gonna make me wish I stayed in Block Puzzle Room, let me just tell you that. Like, that's how fun that next room's gonna be, if it works out the way it looks like it's going to. And that's without knowing the solution to it, just the way that is described in the first line tells me I'm not gonna be happy. Because it's one of these again, where I have to jump back and forth between blocks that are moving up. And if I fuck up, I'm going all the way back to the bottom, probably. Okay, no, there are checkpoints. Okay. So that's better than the last one we had already. So this might not be actually that bad. Depends on whether I have to do that again on the way up here or not. Oh, you son of a whore. Please take me somewhere good. This was already not as bad as I was worried it was going to be. Oh, okay, we're actually done. We're done with this part. That's the best news I've had all day. Now we can teleport back to the save point. So if I had just walked a few more feet, we would have been able to just go right back here without walking back. But I didn't know if the boss was going to be on the other side of that, or if it was going to be after this. So as you might imagine, I wanted to be sure. Because knowing the way my brain works, I would have forgotten where exactly I needed to push those blocks by the time we got back to it if I died and had to do that puzzle again. So I would have had to refigure that out again, and I would have lost my damn mind. But now, we should be able to go back to the Baron and tell him, hey, your stuff is in place. And then, you know, sudden but inevitable betrayal is most likely where this is going to go. Hey boss, I did the job. What is it? Have you finished setting the relics? Yup. Good, well done, Flint. The preparations are finally complete, Baron. The moment long prophesied is finally at hand. With the 3 relics set, the location of the treasure will finally be revealed. Exactly, Baron, exactly. Well, Mephisto, where's the treasure? You will soon know. Treachery on all sides. Everybody's gonna get fucked. So what you're telling me is your ancient relics are all boiling down to a fancy laser pointer. Okay, I stand corrected. A fancy spotlight. Oh, hooray. Here, the light's pointing here. What does it mean? It's pointing to a key. Oh, you stupid buffoon. You still haven't realized it yet, have you? There was never any treasure. But the runes speak of a secret. What are you talking about? Speak more clearly, Mephisto. I built this tower over 2,000 years ago to calculate the precise nerve center of this planet. The nerve center where I can use my star key. But Lumiere, the court wizard, had to seal it to keep me from entering. But alas, Baron, you not only unsealed it, you've activated it for me. You very well deserve a reward. Well, he's gonna get robot-odified. Sucker.
Call me what you will, but why don't you let your true feelings show? Your greed, your anger, your pride. You shall slay every last person in this room for me. Well then, fools, farewell. We shall not meet again in this world.
What happened? Daddy! No! Oh, no, Daddy! Daddy!
So, this is a problem. Can't have happened to a nicer guy, though, really. Getting turned into a monster.
My lord?
I don't think you want his attention right now. I still got a monocle, though.
No, Daddy! Run! Run! That's not your father anymore! It's not even human! Run now, if you want to survive! Run!
Some kind of weird praying mantis thing.
Hey, Baron! Hey! Over here!
Probably not your finest idea.
I'm here! Your bride is right here! Oh!
You really didn't think this through, did you?
No! Daddy!
Yep. It's dumb hero time.
Yeah!
You always were a sore loser, Baron.
Get him, Flint!
Could I have a bigger arena to fight this thing in, please? It's a little cramped in here. No? Okay. Fair enough. Here we go. Yeah, you go sha-sha, sha-sha, I know. Oh, you can throw those, huh? That's great for you. Not so great for me. Especially... I have to hit him in the head, don't I? Okay, understood. Your hands appear to be stuck, sir. Here, let me help you with that. Ow. Okay, the flight pattern on those is a little funky. I'm gonna have to remember that. So it looks like he just keeps looping those attacks. He'll just do swing, swing, jump, and then throw. He does track a little bit with the throw, though. I'll need to remember that. And I can also get a combo attack on his head. But his melee attacks are useless. They're never gonna hit me unless I do something stupid. Like I did at the beginning of the fight. It's a little hard to track those with the way they go off camera. It almost sounds like he's saying gotcha when he's trying to stab me. And he gets stuck in the ground. Let's just preemptively heal a little bit. I'm gonna switch to the pixie ring, because I think, actually, I might be better off hovering when he throws his things. So I don't think they go up at all. Nope, they are just high enough to hit me, though. So that's not gonna work. I was gonna try to cheese it just by hovering over them. Oh, he got me that time. Because the camera angle was a bit fucky in that spot, so I couldn't tell where exactly he was gonna stab and when. Oh, that goes so wide! We might have to redo this fight at least once. Especially if the camera keeps wiggling at the wrong time and causing me to adjust my pathing and run right into his attack. Yeah, that one goes around the whole room. That's what I need to remember. One goes straight, one goes wide. It's unfortunate that we really can't do a whole lot of damage to him at any one time, because we have to wait for a cycle to go by again. And I keep thinking I can jump over that, but I can't. What I need to do is stay in that corner after dodging the high shot. I mean, the straight shot, rather. Because it seems like it won't actually go properly into a corner. Yeah. It cuts in before it gets to the corner, so that's how to avoid that part. And then you just walk in and give him the old whacking. So unless the second phase gets really wacky, I think this fight's not actually going to be that bad. Maybe he's saying treasure. That's another thing he could be making sense to say there. Since his whole motivation this whole time was treasure. Ah, I angled that wrong. think. All of this build-up, and he just boils down to the praying mantis fight from the beginning of Secret of Mana. Kinda sad, really. Ow. The more I make fun of him, the more likely I am to get my head kicked in, and I know it. Oh, second phase. What's he gonna do now? Scream about treasure some more? Okay, still throwing shit at me, I assume. Oh! Well, that's a little mean. A little hard for me to see anything when you make a giant fucking glow ball in the middle of the room. That said, now that I know it's coming, it's not gonna be that bad, I think. But now that I know that that attack's not actually a threat, I just need to do the same movement to avoid, and just not worry about being able to see it. Yeah, all in all, this is not a very impressive fight from the Baron here. Just goes to show, all the magic in the world can't take a pathetic man and make anything real of him. He's not even hitting me as hard as his minions were. Hell, the last boss was harder than this. But I'm sure Mephisto himself will put up a better fight, since he was always the real threat. I'm sure we're not going to be able to get out of this game without having to fight Mephisto. Can't hang out in the middle because the explosion will get me. I can't hang out on the middle of an edge either because the swing will get me. So the corners remain in my safe haven. And it seems like I can reliably cause him to jump to the same spot. So this fight's mostly just a matter of going through the motions at this point. And hitting him enough times that he'll... Oh, come on now! I was about to say going through the motions and doing the same thing over and over again, except doing the same thing that time apparently didn't work. And it is... What? Shenanigans are afoot here. Like, I can only assume I was just, like, slightly out of alignment from where I usually was or something. And that's why it counted those 2 times, but I don't know. I have suspicions that shenanigans happened there. There we go. Fight's over, though. One and done from Baron Diaz. Unless he has a second fight. Nope, he's gonna go boom. So that's the end of that problem. We no longer have a hostage situation to worry about. So it's after Crazy Man, I guess, now. Because God forbid we let him take over the planet itself. Oh hey, the Baron's not dead. That's disappointing. We're gonna have to fix that. You know, he's in a perfect position to just be stabbed. What do you have to say for yourself? You, Mephisto, you betrayed me. You traitor. Kinda like you, and all the people you betrayed. Karma's a bitch, isn't it? I'll give you a hint. You a bitch too. I don't remember which door we came in from. Okay, this is the door with the save point, which is what I was looking for. Okay. So the Baron Diaz nonsense is over with. We don't have much game left. So I'm going to finish it today. Not that that was that big a question, but there was some concerns about how hard the Baron Diaz fight was going to be. Can I take this? Nope. Okay. Can't take the three-eyed idol and pawn it somewhere. Daddy! Flint, Mephisto's getting away. He's definitely up to something. Come on, let's go outside. Leave these two to figure their shit out. Mephisto? Where'd he go? Flint, if we let Mephisto get away, I'm afraid something terrible will happen. Well, there he goes. Huh? What's that? You've seen that before. You got taken away on that before. It's one of Mephisto's weird fucking flycopter thingies. He's flying away, but how are we gonna chase him? I know a way. I've got a dragon. Where are you going? I made some much more powerful friends while you were away. You being kidnapped and useless. Ta-da! Well, you coming or not?
Huh? You want me to ride on that? I can't. I'm afraid.
It'll be fine.
This is incredible. I can't believe this.
Hey, Flint! Flint, wait for us!
Oh, don't tell me you're all gonna try to come along too. Oh boy. Gang's all here, huh? Okay. Feel free to shake those other three off, and honestly shake her off too. Wouldn't hurt my feelings any. Now, do we have map control, or are we just getting taken where we're going? We're just getting taken where we're going. Okay.
Huh? What is that?
That's the key he's been building for a really long time that apparently nobody noticed.
What's going on down there?
His attempt to conquer the planet using magic keys. The same thing that was talked about earlier. That thing.
It's one of those keys.
There you
This
go.
one's enormous.
Mm-hmm.
Remember what Mephisto said about his masterpiece? This must be it. He's trying to take over the world.
And that's where all the ore was going this whole
Don't
time.
stop him now. The whole world will turn into one of his diabolical creations.
I wonder what the planet would turn into. I assume some kind of just machine planet. Wait, it wasn't floating before. Why is it floating now? Good thought, but not very effective.
Incredible technology! And on such a massive scale, it didn't even make a scratch!
You're right, Albert.
Less
Well,
complimenting the
we'll
enemy,
just have
more
to
thinking
get
how to break in.
inside that thing to disable it.
You wanna go inside that thing? What are you, crazy? I'm not going near one of those!
But Pop, we gotta do something. Flint, what are you do? You can't go in there all by yourself.
Bonehead heroics time again. Whee!
Flint! Flint!
You could just jump off after him if you're that worried about him going alone. Though we really probably could have flown closer to it. So what part of this seemed like a good idea? There it is.
I couldn't let you have all the fun to yourself. Here, grab onto my hand. Come on, Flint. Quit clowning around, would ya? Get back up here, Flint.
I knew Zeppo would be the death of me eventually. This is not exactly how I expected it to be, though. Convenient that one of these books just happened to be here. Well, here we are. Final area. Little concerning that there's not a healing point here. Okay, I can't jump to those, so it's just in we go. Ah, there's a healing point here. Okay. Not sure why they separated those. They could have just had them be next to each other, but why not? Flint! You're still alive. Good. We got work to do. You knocked me off the damn thing. I'll look around up here. You checked out below. I can't quite do the voices because I've been congested as all hell the past week and question mark length time beyond that. And body is not in the best of shapes. Okay. On the one hand, could blow up block. On the other, I feel like that's incorrect. I feel like I might actually be meant to use the bomb to get on top of the block, and then before it blows up, get on top of the other one. Except that doesn't actually make any sense. Because if I do that, I then can't get from this one up to that one. I can't quite throw it high enough to get up there either, huh? Okay. I was gonna try to just cheat and go straight to the top and be done with it. Which that might theoretically be doable, just not quite from that angle. Okay. So let's do stupid experiments first, then. What happens if I just let the block blow up? Okay. That didn't work out. And on the bright side, finishing this today means we will actually manage to have had a game completed this month, because this month's been a bit of a mess. as far as that goes. Is that close enough? Nope. There's been a lot of new stuff happening rather than actually finishing anything. Yeah, as I figured, that just destroys that and does not help anybody with anything. Okay, so the key to that is more than likely drop bomb, hop on top of bomb, hop on top of block, get up before bomb goes off. Yep, that is still in bomb range. That's what I was afraid of. This is gonna take a little bit of doing. Like, I don't think it'll be too bad, but it's definitely gonna take a little bit of doing. And since it's a button, I assume I need to land on it. God damn it! Problem is, the best place I have to throw it is also the worst place for me to jump to it, which makes it a problem. And I don't think there's any kind of, like, weird clipping place I could throw it to where it wouldn't actually get hit by the flame with where the flame is going. Maybe I can manage to throw it a little further over. That's probably a little bit better. Oh, it goes off so fucking quick, though. It genuinely makes me wonder if this is the correct choice at all, but I don't really have any other options. I've got nothing else in this room that I can use. So, I wonder. I'm gonna do something for science right quick. Can I put out a bomb that starts being lit? No, it goes off so fast when it gets hit by a fireball. Some things make it take a little while to go off. That just is like instant. Which is insane. Like, I need to be basically following this thing the second it leaves my hands. Okay, or that. That also works. Tanking the fireball apparently is the solution. There we go. Which I didn't want to bank on that because I genuinely didn't figure that was going to work. So that takes care of that door. This is, I think, the door we came in from. Nope. Sure ain't. Oh, these aren't going to be upsetting at all or anything, no. Are you fucking joking? Just getting out of there for a second. Fuck that noise for the moment. Come back to that idea in a minute. So first we're gonna heal. We're gonna save so I don't have to do the bomb jump again. Since it's right here. And then we'll figure out what to do about the... Oh, goddammit. Why change perspectives there in particular? Also, the dragon is sitting here, so I think we can leave if we want. And I think I'm going to do just that so we can stock up. Because I'm assuming this dungeon's not going to be that big. So I don't want to end up bumbling into the Mephisto fight unprepared. I'm not sure where the best place to prepare would be. I don't think there was a shop in Varuna, so it'd probably be Guava? We can also do one final set of darts. Yeah, why not? In case I can manage to earn another elixir or something from here. And it's not like I'll be coming back here to do darts after the game is over. So we may as well fulfill the tradition of one round of darts every session.
Play darts!
And it'll give me a chance to cool off a bit after the puzzle aggravation.
Times 4. Times 5.
I really should try to go for a middle shot while I've got the slow-mo. Especially with the times 5 going. Nope. And that's why I didn't really like that idea, but I was like, I should try for it, because that's where the money's gonna be. Thankfully, with the chance thing active, we didn't lose our multiplier. Which is the other reason why I was willing to at least try. Because honestly, we're just not gonna make that many points without getting the hundreds at this point. And I fucked it up again.
Zero. Too bad. Too bad.
So rude. I was waiting for one of these just off-the-cuff shots to happen to be a center shot, and I was just gonna be done with it. Like, you know what? No. Darts is over. No more darts for anyone.
Times 3.
There we go. Another edge shot. Oh, come on. It was on the line. You couldn't have given me the 40 for it. Come on. Come on. Damn it.
Times 5.
I'm assuming if there is a final upgrade to the sword and shield, it'll probably be in the key somewhere. Or there's some secret area that'll have it.
Zero.
Either way, I'm fine with what we've got, considering the way the Baron fight went. So I'm not gonna worry about, like, going back and buying that 2,000 gold shield we didn't buy or anything like that, because I don't think it'll have any effect anymore.
Double.
I'm only going to Guaba in particular, because Guaba should have every healing item in it. I don't think we have enough points for literally anything with 800. Nope. Panacea would have been 2,000, and that's what I was trying to get. There's another full heal in the fight that's coming up. Would probably have been wonderful, but nope. It's not meant to be. And no matter how much we stock up on healing, I'm still going to make a very strong effort not to use any of it if I can. Because I do not want to have to hold back on healing at all when it comes to the finale. Because with 3,000, it may seem like we're going to be able to get a lot of healing items, but we kind of aren't at the same time. Because elixirs are 500. So I'll get 3 of those, and that's half of the money we have already. And an elixir is basically our entire health bar. We can max out on tonics. And we can almost max out on herbs. So we've got 1,800... 4,500 health so far? I think we got about 5,300 health worth of healing. Somewhere in that rough neighborhood. And if it tells you anything about how worried about this final set action I'm still debating whether we have enough. And there's also a concerned voice in the back of my head saying, but what if you needed elemental points? And I don't think we will, because we haven't needed them that much in any other boss fight. But if we ever were going to, it'd be now. And I'm just going to turn these puzzle pieces in, even though I don't have enough, just to get rid of them. He's going to stay stuck in there forever, and honestly, I feel nothing. Okay, so we're fully stocked. I'm gonna land us at the star key, and then I'm gonna step away for just 1 minute. And then we will go clear out this place. Okay, back to business. I am going to have the walkthrough at the ready in case fuckery ensues. At any point along the way here as well. Oh, there was another door right next to the one we came in from, too. Okay. Presumably there's a way I can hit all 4 of these, and I'm gonna need the bomb for part of it. I'm pretty sure I can't hit more than one switch with the bomb. The bomb there. Switch to fire. This would actually be a good time for me to have double elemental shot, but unfortunately I don't have it. So I think what I need the torch thing for is so that I have a free shot. I was meant to hit the bomb, not the switch. So let me move the bomb a little closer to me. That's close. And I can't shoot through a switch, right? No. Let's have that one be the one I hit with the fire, let's say. God damn it, game! Sometimes he gets a few too many inputs in him and he doesn't listen to directions afterwards. What? Yep. Really wish I had double elemental shot right about now. That would involve a lot more darts. The hitboxes in this game are the worst thing they ever made. Case in point, I somehow hit the wall without hitting the switch, which is just impressively annoying. Doesn't help that I have to time this with when the bomb goes.
Regret this decision.
I didn't make a decision to end up in this position, aside from starting this game. And I do have some regrets about starting this game at this point. That is true. I also have some regrets that the designers ever actually finished making this game. For fuck's sake. I feel like I'm being too quick on the draw to shoot that first one, but if I wait at all, I'm gonna be too slow instead. I feel like I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. But it can't be designed that you have to have double shot. There's no way in hell. Because it costs way too many points at Deadeye's Axe for that to be reasonable. So this is extra. So you know what? Fuck it. I don't want it that badly. That could be 100 extra health, and I no longer care. It's a dark chest, so I know it's not something I need, so you know what? Fuck it. Just isn't worth it. Now what the fuck is this? I did remember? Yeah, okay. I thought I remembered to unmute, but I wanted to make sure after I walked away before that I did in fact remember to unmute. What? Of course they can't make this reasonable. They have to make it as fucky as possible. I don't know how I ended up with that other one coming out early. Ah! And this is where the perspective's gonna be a son of a bitch here, because I can't always tell if I need to jump somewhere or not. And I somehow fell off of that one? Because I don't dare run, because these don't appear quite that quick. So, nope, it's a button. I have to do this one. Don't have a choice here. Could you please jump when I press the button, Flint? Could you just do that for me? Oh, for fuck's sake. It can't make up its mind whether it wants to take the input real easy or take it when I smash the button through the damn pad sometimes. Let's try using the D-pad for this one. Nope, that is not any better because this D-pad kind of sucks. This is one of those, like, near completely flat D-pads, and it's kind of awful. Problem is, the constant direction changing is making my finger slip off the stick, too, so it's not really any better no matter how I do this. I don't know why they thought this was fun. Then again, they probably didn't think it was fun. They probably thought people were going to hate it, and that's why they added it. Now, if I could just stop falling through gaps that Flint can't fit through, that'd be grand. And I gotta love how, after a couple attempts of this, I glanced at the guide. The advice is, memorize the pattern and then run for your life. It's like, yeah, that's great. It's all well and good. How the fuck am I supposed to remember this much pattern? Considering we're probably not even halfway through it, if I had to hazard a guess with where the height is. The good news is we know we can trigger some of these blocks early. So I can, like, skip. Or not. I don't understand. Sometimes I can skip and sometimes I can't. It's like I can walk onto those, but if I leave the ground at all, it seems to freak out and not want to do anything. I don't understand. And that time it... What? I feel like it doesn't even obey its own rules at all. So I don't even know what the fuck to do with this half the time. Like, if I run... Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, is I'm gonna immediately overshoot that jump, and I'm just gonna get fucked that way instead. The guide, ironically enough, does say use the D-pad, but I'm like, you know what? No, fuck you. That is not gonna help me. I keep thinking that cuts up earlier because it would make more sense for it to cut there. Why do I get this feeling like half our time in this dungeon is gonna be stuck in this spot here? Because this place ain't long. Just, it's also a huge bitch. Wish I could still use my PS4 controller. I would be much happier using that stick instead of this fucking thing. But no. It has to have connection issues because they can't design things that actually work long-term ever again anymore. Okay. I'd love to know why that just kind of stopped and fucked me over. Was I supposed to jump up there at that point? That didn't seem high enough to get up there at all. See, now I'm all kinds of fucking thrown off because of that. Like, it genuinely does not help that I'm getting aggravated with this already, so I'm not thinking as well as I should. Because this whole sequence is kinda dumb. Yeah, I must be intended to jump up or something, because I'm not seeing literally anything else on my screen. It's either that or did some real fuckery and made that jump somewhere else. Ack! That was timing, but thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Even though it cost that attempt entirely. And I know you did that on purpose. I know your sense of humor. But your prank is appreciated. God damn it.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
Exactly. See, I knew exactly where your goddamn brain was going on that. Bastard, man. Yeah, you can just jump up there. Okay. Another case of I got in my own goddamn head and screwed everything up for myself. Ah, it would appear that that has lowered the centerpiece now? Question mark? Or was that here? I don't even know anymore. I'm losing my mind. I recognize almost every one of those names. There's one that I don't know at all, though. Interesting. Now, considering the layout of this room, I can only assume either I need them to throw their bombs over the wall, or I need to kill both of them. So I guess let's try killing first. Actually... Oh god. Hang on. Flashing light warning. Till I'm done dealing with these guys, I advise anyone who is flash sensitive to not look at this screen, because it's gonna get bad. It's gonna be bad enough being me right now. Oh god. I think I see what I need to do, I just need them to actually deploy bombs again. Preferably without just killing me, because these lasers are really hard to dodge. Oh my god. Why do you have to spit them all over here? Why? Okay, I'm backing out of this room to heal and reset where they are, because they are in the worst places. Or, you know, I'm just gonna die, because apparently that's an option. Jesus Christ. This is the worst. I also don't think I saved after doing the other room, so I needed to save anyway. So I was trying to cycle to the save room and then finding that room first. Could you just be so kind as to deploy bombs, please? Thank you. None of those went where I wanted them to, aside from one of them, but, you know, at least they're doing as I asked and deploying bombs. And killing my frame rate with them, I might add. The emulation is not appreciating the bombs everywhere. Okay, looks like I don't need to hit them all at once, at least, so that's good. Okay. Okay, all the switches have been flipped and that opened the door. Now I can hit this switch and we can get out of flash hell. Okay, that was all to open that door. Got it. And good, they're gone now. So I'm gonna turn the flash warning back off for the second, because I think we're okay. And those that are flash sensitive can look at the screen again. It's fine. I think. It's at least currently safe. That's where I need to go, but I missed my exit for the save point. I think was this door over here. Yeah, it's the one... It's the only pair of doors. If anyone's wondering, that's me giving my activity feed a look, because it's being weird. Let me move this goddamn empty bottle, because I didn't throw it out yet. There we go. Now I can actually see that part of the screen again. Because it was interfering with me seeing exactly where to click to get the chat window back. I should have taken it with me when I got up before, but you know. Sometimes you forget to pick things up. Okay, so that rotates a room to reach that catwalk. I feel like this is gonna backfire on me having rotated that before climbing the ladder. Okay. We're locked in here with walking missiles. Okay. Interesting. Whose main form of attack is running around and hitting me with their flame. Okay. I am already tired of your existence. Perish. Oh, and you have an asinine amount of health, huh? Oh, that's just grand. Considering we have the second best sword in the game, you'd think these things would die a little quicker than this. Especially with the fact that they can just keep spam attacking like this. But on the bright side, their iframes are actually worse than most, so we can actually get at them a bit easier than most enemies. When there isn't, like, 12 of them in a fucking room. So we got 2 ladders and a door. Door we may as well check first. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. That was the door sticking out into nothingness, because of course it was. Well, while we're down here, let's go heal. What I need to do is almost certainly just rotate it around, then climb up, so that I happen to come out the correct door. And since I know which door we came out of, I know which way to rotate it. Because we came out of the door above the catwalk. So all I need to do is make sure to rotate that door around to at least a catwalk. And then we'll get somewhere, hopefully. Since we didn't actually accomplish anything, I'm not going to bother saving at the moment. Because our situation wouldn't change. And it would be extra menus for me to have a chance to forget what I'm doing. Okay. So the door we fell through is now lined up with the catwalk. So what I'm gathering from this is that the lever's a trap. The hell are you, and why do you hurt so much? Sweet fuck. I have the second best shield and these things do 230 damage anyway. What the hell, game? Oh, and they hit you when they stand up even though they don't make an actual attack. Great! Great. I love it. I'm so glad they made such a phenomenal design here. Oh boy. Took a look into our future, and I'm unsurprised because it's about what I expected. Anybody remember how the end of Alundra 1 went? Where it was a multi-form final boss with no checkpoints or anything? Yeah, guess what we get to do again? If you guessed multi-form final boss with no checkpoints, there is no prize, unfortunately. But you would be correct. My curiosity got the better of me because I was looking to see if there was any mention of these enemies I just fought. And a potential better way to deal with them rather than just getting destroyed by them. Which those things are not mentioned in any way, shape, or form, by the way. No advice on how to deal with them, no anything. Just a very big warning to, hey, literally buy every single healing item you can possibly carry, 9 everything, or you will lose. So, you know, that's a great sign when a walkthrough is telling you, hey, have max possible healing items or you're fucked. Oh, apparently those can just destroy themselves, so that's great. At least these I can hit when they're on the ground, before they're actually able to move again. I assume that dive bomb probably only happens when they're low on health. Now, is there actually, in fact, 2 doors? Or am I losing my mind? There is, in fact, only the 1 door. Okay. I think we came in through the one that was near the door, so I'm gonna go down this hole. Okay, this looks important. Okay. I dislike what I see here, but I think I understand what to do. What I think the trick is the second the platform starts to fall, you need to jump. Because the idea is you jump at the time such that the spikes are falling away from you, and you can then pass. But it's really difficult to time that. But I assume that that wooden box is most likely a key or something like that that I'm gonna need. Because they tend to do those wooden boxes for things that you actually need as opposed to the other boxes. The other box, I got no idea. It might be a health extension, which would be nice, but I have my doubts. Okay, I just need to be standing slightly further forward now, and I think we'll be okay. Because I don't want to try to running jump that, because I'm more than likely going to just run into the spikes. Because I'll be going up too fast. But finding the edge of the hitbox on those spikes is also going to be fun. And the closer to the spikes I am when I jump, the worse that's going to be, too. Be great if Discord stopped popping up with random alerts right now. Trying to do things here. And those random notifications are very distracting. At any other time, those notifications would be useful, because they are actually useful things. But their timing could not be worse right now. Ah! Brain, I need you with me here. Come on. Literally just had one second of my attention just slip. And that was enough for us to ride that platform to the floor and accomplish nothing. Too early. And I would try using the jump and hover, but I don't think the hover would give me enough momentum to make it over there. Because I can't get above the spikes, I don't think, without them falling at all. Ah, why? At least the spikes don't hurt much, it's just annoying. Okay, is there a trick to this that I'm not seeing? Like, I really wish they didn't just do these as giant blobs of text. I literally have to just search visually for spikes and hope I find the right goddamn thing. I mean, it's just saying jump over the spikes and get the thing. So... am I faking myself out thinking that I can't just jump over these? Is that the problem? Because I'll be the first to say that I don't remember whether we can actually jump over spikes or not. And it's not looking great. Oh, wait, no. I understand what they're trying to tell me, that they did a bad job of telling me. What you do is you skip a platform, you wait for that to fall, you turn and running jump over here. It's another case of, I'm sure to the person who wrote that made sense. But they could have written that clearer. Because they just said jump over the spikes. And it's like, well, there's two ways I could go about doing that. Do you mean just directly? Or do you want me to backward jump over it? Okay, yeah, this is how we got up there. I'm just double checking things to make sure we're not going awry anywhere. Huh. I could have swore that was the correct facing. I must have moved this when we had saved. I thought we hadn't moved it yet. It should be fixed now. So since we know that those crazy robots are going to be up there, I'm going to full heal, save, and I'm probably just going to elemental lord them to death. Or at least hope to manage to do that to them, instead of having to fight them. Because those things do like 1/3 of our health in one hit, and that's just disgusting. I really don't know why the guide doesn't mention that as a concern. Like, hey, there's these enemies, they'll do like 300 damage. Yeah, you want to watch out for those. But no mention of that in the slightest. So either I've gone wrong somewhere that have made them much more dangerous than they need to be, or the guide has just yet again overlooked something. Could go either way on that one. Now, I will say this. There is two things in my mind about how I'm going to handle this finale. One, if we get to Mephisto and lose, I'm more than likely going to end for the day, and somewhere along the way I will do all the grinding to make sure we have max possible healing at max everything, etc., up and down the whole line. Okay, the really nasty guys didn't spawn this time. That's good news. Okay, I'll do all the prep work off camera, because honestly, you guys don't need to see me grind for however fucking long it takes to grind enough money to max out everything. And I'll probably also grind darts to have multiple panaceas and such. And then either, like, at the start of the day for the stream on Monday or something, or if I just do it today, which I may or may not do, because I am already a bit tired, and I'm getting tired of what the fuck is happening here, then we'll just append the final battle onto the beginning of something else. And I will probably just edit that in to the end of this VOD or something along those lines. The other option is I stop now and save the entire final dungeon and the final fight for another time where I've prepared ahead of time. And at the rate I'm getting annoyed with this, and the fact that I know that we're only halfway through this dungeon, not counting a boss fight before Mephisto and everything, I think stopping before I get tilted at this is probably going to be wiser. I wanted this to be the finale, but this final section is proving to be a huge pain in the dick. So what I'm thinking of doing is I will cut for the day here, go cool off, etc., do the grinding tonight, again, so that none of you need to see that. I'll go grind dozens of bone darts and throw enough to get all that shit sorted out. Like I had planned to do the last time we ended off, and then I couldn't leave the dungeon we were in, and all that became a whole thing. And then tomorrow, we'll finish this game, rather than moving on to anything else. I also have a plan to test a new game that's coming to Game Pass today, and should actually be on the list already, Soul Hackers 2. That might be Thursday's game if that works properly. We'll see how that goes. We should be back to business as usual with me and Zeno on Friday. I need to talk to her about that, make sure she's in good shape for that this week. And that is, of course, provided I'm not actually getting sick, considering I've been feeling like crap all weekend. I might actually be getting sick. How? Not sure. But another bridge we'll cross when we get to it. But I think that is my wiser course, is to not push my luck today, as much as I would like to finish this. I think it would be smarter for me to take a sidestep on that idea, and not just go crazy. And I know that'll probably disappoint some people that they're not going to see the end of the game today. Don't worry, I'm disappointed too that I'm not going to manage to make this happen today. But I also know my limits. And I don't want to end up throwing this game away in frustration like I did with Bomberman back when we were trying to finish that. Not sure what that acronym means. It's magical to me how we can end up with the exact same list every time. So it's not actually quite the exact same list, thank God. But it's just like, how is this such a similar list no matter how many people I added? Because over the course of the weekend, I would also like to point this one out. Over the course of this weekend, I think I've went and found another, like, 10 people I'm willing to raid. All that were streaming within this time frame, in the hopes that sometime during the weeks coming up, I'd be able to have more people on my list at the time. Lo and behold, most of this list is the same fucking people anyway. It's insanity. But point being, let's figure this out. It's been a little bit for that one, but I've rated them a lot. I've already got a good chunk of people. It's been a while since I've rated that one, and I really like what they're playing, so that's a high candidate right now. I also really want to help that one out. Ah. Okay. Coin, decide my fate. Okay. Just gonna take a quick peek to make sure they're not about to end the day, so that we don't end up getting immediately sent off somewhere else, and, you know, make sure their setup's in good shape and all that. Okay. They seem to be running just fine, not stopping soon. So yeah, we'll go ahead and add half again to them, because they are playing something I've actually meant to play on the channel multiple times, and it kept backing out. So, we will be going to go see June Sindo. She was a lot of fun when I met her a while ago. Oh, but she was streaming, funnily enough, Metroid Prime back when we were. So that was a connection we made a while ago. They are now playing Ender Lilies, which I know some of you know as something I've played before and got my teeth kicked in by pretty hard. So I did not push my luck and actually start that series. I do want to at some point, but that hasn't happened yet. But of course, as usual, thank you all for taking the time to be here for this. I wish I could have finished this, but we won't get into that concept all over again right now. Theoretically, tomorrow we'll finish this game. If I don't have the time or energy to do the grinding, we'll do something else tomorrow, and then we'll come back around to this next Monday, and we will absolutely finish this hook or crook. It will get done. And yeah, the rest of the week will proceed as usual, more or less. If my start raid button wants to work. Hello? Is it going? Yes, it is. Okay. That button's been real buggy lately, and I don't know what's up with that, but it's fine. Have a good one, and I will see you all next time. And of course, now it's choosing to